Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this virtual meeting of Kensington and Chelsea's Planning Applications Committee. This evening's meeting is held in accordance with government regulation allowing Council to hold virtual meetings. I am Councillor Wala Idris, a Vice Chair of the committee, and I am joined by 4 of my fellow councillors. Perhaps we can each introduce ourselves. Could you please turn your camera on, Councillor Adorian, and introduce yourself.
Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Councillor Hamish Adorian, Earls Court Ward.
Councillor Ali.
Hello, good evening, Chair, and good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Kasim Ali of Delgado Ward.
Councillor Jackson.
Hello, I'm Councillor Alison Jackson, and I'm a councillor for Chelsea Riverside.
Councillor Spalding.
Good evening, Chairman. It's Councillor Malcolm Spalding for Earls Court Ward. Would you like me to declare my 2 interests at this stage?
In a minute. I'll call you in a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It will be the 5 of us making the decisions on the applications before us this evening. We also are joined by officers to advise us. The presenting planning officers will be Derek Taylor. Would you please introduce yourself, Derek?
Certainly, Chairman. I'm Derek Taylor, and I'll be presenting the North Area cases this evening.
And we are also joined by a newly returned Katie Hurl. Would you please introduce yourself, Katie?
Yes, good evening, everybody. I'm Katie Hurrell, and I'm presenting the cases for the South Area.
Thank you. The officer teams is led by Lisa Chong, Head of Development Management. Lisa, if you would like to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I am Lisa Chong. I'm the Head of Development Management, and I'll be assisting the Chair tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. If other officers need to speak, then I will introduce them. I have been asked to make sure not too many of us are on video unless it's necessary. So please also switch off your audios and stay on mute unless you are about to speak. If you have attended one of our meetings before, you will recognize our procedure of considering applications. However, I would just like to emphasize that all councillors have received the reports, representation, and also the addendum reports, which has been circulated. Now, moving to the agenda, there are no apologies today, this evening. Declaration of interest. Does anybody? I have to declare that 2 of the cases before us are in my ward, Holy Trinity Church and 16 Rutland Mews South. They're in my ward, but I haven't had any communications with anyone about them. Other councillors, Councillor Adorian, do you have any declaration?
Yes, I do, Chair. One of the cases, I believe the one we're about to hear, S07, is in my ward, Earls Court. I'm aware that my fellow councillors, Councillor Spalding and Wade, will be objectors on this. Just for the record, I've had no prior involvement in this.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, do you have any declaration?
No, Madam Chairman, I don't have any interest to declare at all.
Okay, and Councillor Jackson?
In Chelsea Riverside, there's Monroe Terrace, but I haven't had any communications on this property.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And Councillor Spalding?
Yes, Chairman, 2 declarations. The first one is for item S06. I do know Colonel David Waddell. We've worked on things in the past together, but I've had no communication with him at all about this particular case.
Okay,
secondly, I am listed as a speaker, as an objector to the case for 204 Earls Court Road. So I would please, with your permission, recuse myself from the committee for that item and then return to the committee when that item has finished.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll just take note. Tom, will you let Malcolm know when the case come, and then maybe we'll bring him back on, yeah? Thank you.
Yep, certainly.
Councillor Judson, you have something to say?
Thank you. I know David Waddell. He's in my ward, and but I've had no communication with him on this Monroe Terrace project.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we got, and so any other declarations, anything? Have I missed anything? If this old, Councillor Dorian, are you raising your hand, or is that an old hand?
That's an old hand, apologies.
Okay, and Alison, also you have an old hand, I think. Thank you. Also, we have the minutes for the meeting held on December 15th and January 5th, and I've read and approved those, so it's taken care of. And now we can move to the first case, which is Earls Court Road, Earls Court, I'm trying to, sorry. Thank you, that's better. It's Earls Court Road, 204 Earls Court Road. Katie?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, absolutely. The application site is at 204 Earls Court Road, occupied by the Nando's restaurant. And retrospective planning permission is sought for the installation of an access hatch on the side elevation of the premises. The purpose of this hatch is to facilitate the collection of food orders by delivery drivers, as an alternative to the previous system where drivers would collect orders from inside the restaurant itself. This was installed prior to this latest lockdown and was seen as a way to minimise the inside mixing of people within the restaurant. The slide before you now shows the premises in the side elevation before the installation of this hatch. Things to note are the existing doors on the side there, which provide access to the back house and food preparation areas of the restaurant. Moving now to the proposals. So the top drawing on the screen just shows you the access hatch. You'll see it located next to the doors, and the bottom image is the plan just showing the location. And then the final slide is a photograph. You can just, sorry, apologies, I haven't got a better image, but you can see it installed there next to those doors. I'll leave this photo up for our discussion, as I think it highlights the key issues that are going to be discussed and that have been raised in the officer's report. I think it's important to say that there's no indication that the hatch itself has increased orders. Obviously, lockdown and COVID and the last year probably has had an impact, but it's probably not fair to say that's a result of the hatch itself. However, certainly this hatch may have shifted these collection delivery drivers from Earls Court Road to congregate outside the hatch. And as you can see from this photograph, that certainly has been happening. So as you're seeing from the report, I think the main issues for discussion in this instance are the impact of this on the safety of the highway and the pavement and on residential amenity. And so I think it's important on this just to highlight the recommended condition 2. You'll see it in the officer's report, which requires a management plan to be submitted within 3 months of the restaurant reopening. And I think it needs to be said that there's an expectation that within that management plan, some specific measures are going to be included of how to control the numbers, the timing, the behaviours and the queuing system of these drivers to mitigate the impact of the hatch on those living and walking and driving in the area. One last thing for me is just a material consideration to bear in mind that that food delivery and collection isn't new from this premises. It was occurring before. And there would be a way that food could be collected from this part of the elevation, perhaps from making use of the other doors. So you'll see that quite a lot of weight was given to that in the officer's report. I'll conclude there, but I will leave this slide up. As I say, I think it's a helpful one for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. We have here a number of, we have here Councillor Wade as an objector. Louise, can you advise me, is it 3 minutes or 5 minutes? Councillor Wade gets to speak.
It's 3 minutes, Chair.
3 minutes, thank you.
I'm sharing it with Councillor Spalding.
You're sharing it with Malcolm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Councillor Wade.
Thank you. Okay, so when you're ready, start 3 minutes between you.
All right. Just to introduce, it's just I'm speaking as a councillor, but also as chair of Nevern Square Residents Association, and this street is in Nevern Square Residents Association. Apart from the comments made in my submission about the impact on the architectural integrity of the conservation area, this is a repeat offence. They failed to consult, do what they want, and then go for retrospective planning permission. My main concern are the bikes, sometimes as many as 20 parked at a time. They block the pavements, they block the safe entrance and exit onto Earls Court Road, creating dangerous obstruction. They idle their engines as they wait. There have been reports of fights between bikers. Nando's management and staff failed to clear the litter generated. The area that is now the delivery hatch was originally designated to be the safe waste disposal area, instead of which the staff drag their waste along the pavement, leaving oily deposits. They have the means to clean. They're not community-minded. They do not respect the conservation area. If minded to approve, Nando's undertake a litter patrol within 50 metres, take a deep clean their flank wall frontage to remove oily deposits, that a highway plan is generated to address the increase in bike deliveries. Malcolm, you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Councillor Wade, for being so brief. The problem is that the parking space there is designed for 6 motorbikes. And outside that hatch, we have anything up to 20. And on the other side of the road, a further 10. It's caused a major traffic problem turning off of Earls Court Road. You have a conjunction of all these motorbikes whizzing about, illegally parked, and they take their lunch there and their cigarette breaks. And also you have pedestrians going up and down Earls Court Road and people turning in and out. I use this all the time. When you try to turn into Treboba, you get stopped by motorbikes. You can't get round there. And it's dangerous to stop on a red route suddenly with cars behind you. Secondly, Councillor Wade's quite right. These garage doors, I was on the original committee that granted the garage doors, and it was specifically for collection of trade waste. So I'm surprised to see this officer's report has no reference to environmental health, because you can't serve fresh food through a hatch for delivery on motorbikes through a waste area. And I finally would say the highways officers have got serious objections, and I'm not sure that condition 2 is strong enough to meet the objections of our own highways and traffic officers. It's a dangerous corner, and the condition 2 is not sufficient to control it. We need to beef it up a bit. That's the end of my objection.
Thank you, Malcolm. Can I ask the agents, is it Mr. Sam Harper, please, to speak? You have also 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members. The proposals before you seek retrospective permission, as it's been identified, for the installation of the hatch along the side elevation of Nando's restaurant. On behalf of Nando's, I'll set out the reasons why we feel this proposal should be supported in line with the officer's recommendations. Although the restaurant is currently closed for both dining and takeaway, the hatch itself was installed solely to address the operational constraints brought about by the pandemic. The hatch will significantly improve the safe operation of the restaurant upon its reopening, to assist in maintaining a safe dining and working environment for staff and customers alike, by ensuring that sufficient physical distance is maintained whilst trading. It will prevent takeaway collection drivers from having to enter and wait inside the restaurant or outside the front doors, and the restaurant is of limited size, therefore minimising physical contact between drivers, staff and customers. The key concerns raised in response to this application relate to the impact on highway and pedestrian safety, as we've heard about. as well as potential disturbance as a result of the use of the hatch during trading hours. Prior to closing of the restaurant, takeaway orders for Nando's were pre-arranged, monitored and controlled by the staff to ensure there was a limited number of orders being collected from the hatch at any one time. All takeaway collections via the hatch are managed via Deliveroo. Additional measures to be implemented include reminding Deliveroo collection drivers to arrive and depart from the restaurant in a quiet and respectful manner. That the restaurant will require drivers to refrain from congregating immediately outside the hatch, and request that they complete collections in a quick and efficient manner. Staying by their bikes until their order is ready, and reminding drivers to switch off their ignitions whilst waiting. There is an existing motorcycle bay situated outside, as we've heard, which is evidently used by a number of collection operators, and not all, of course, are collecting from Nando's. There is a series of restaurants in the immediate vicinity. The existing motorcycle bay is sufficiently positioned alongside the adjacent pavement to ensure there's no impact on the flow of traffic from Earls Court Road, in our opinion. It is significant that this particular restaurant is one of only a limited number of Nando's portfolio that currently remains closed for both dine-in and takeaway. There are no takeaway or delivery vehicles arriving or departing from the Nando's restaurant at present. The reason for this is that compared to other restaurants, the volume of takeaway sales is limited, and this is not viable to offer takeaway sales alone. In most other restaurants across their estate, this is keeping the restaurants going. Indeed, for dine-in and takeaway sales, the application site remains one of Nando's quietest restaurants. As the officer has suggested, should the proposal be supported, the proposed condition requiring the submission of a management plan will, of course, be discharged. In terms of design implications, given the limited nature of the changes proposed, it is not considered that this detracts from the building itself, nor from the wider conservation area. Similarly, despite forming part of a designated conservation area, it is evident that a large number of the surrounding properties, many of which are commercial, have been modified internally and externally in terms of their layouts, appearance.
That's 3 minutes, Chair.
Can I just say my closing?
Please, thank you. Go ahead.
So whether Nando's use the hatch or not, collections will continue from the premises. Bikes will stop in the parking bay. Drivers may or may not congregate. All this proposal does is make it safer for customers, staff and drivers alike. As such, I'd be grateful if you'd be minded to grant permission as suggested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to this next phase of the committee, where councillors ask questions. So I'm going to call each councillor and see whether they have any questions. Councillor Adoran.
Chair, just to clarify, are these questions can be addressed either to the objector, the applicant, or to the officer?
Yes, please. Yeah, and could you specify which one you addressing the question?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. To the officer and to Ms. Harrell. If
not the officers, the objectors or the applicants or the objectors.
I see, not the officer.
Not the officers.
Okay.
Not yet.
No question at this stage.
Okay, then. Thank you, Councillor Ali.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Just have a quick question about the transport of the local area, knowing Earls Court and a former bus driver on that road of 328. I know how busy it gets, and I know how annoying it is when everybody's queuing. I just want to ask the congestion about the locals, and I've read most of the comments about where the traffic is. So my point is here to the proposer. Would you think, again, if this has an effect, not just people who are living in Earls Court, but also people who are traveling through the Earls Court from the north of the borough to the south of the borough? And that's a question to the proposer and to the objector. We need businesses to come back and do well in the local area. Is there any way, since there is already hatch in there and there's already a motorbike space, is there any way that can be accommodated rather than total rejection? So those are two questions to both the proposer and the rejecter.
Shall I go first?
Yes, please.
By all means, go ahead.
I touched on it briefly in our statement there. I mean, there is a motorcycle bay immediately outside this hatch, which is by some strange coincidence in an ideal location. They're not normally blessed with such great provision. I think fully acknowledge that this is a busy area of London. It's a busy, Earls Court Road is particularly busy, and as the photo that's on the screen there demonstrates, there are a number of motorbike users that use the existing bays. I think Nando's does, of course, contribute to that and does benefit from that, but they are by no means the only beneficiary. And there's a wider point here around the collection of food by third-party companies, of which Nando's are solely linked with Deliveroo. And whether we like it or not, that is not going to go away. And so, as I said in my statement, I mean, this is purely designed to make that relationship better for those people that interact with the restaurant and those that use the highway. Whether this hatch is not permitted, those bikes will still go there, and those movements will still happen. It will just function in a different way, and I think that's the reality that we have to face here.
I'd like to respond to that by saying,
sorry, Linda, are you responding to Councillor
Ali? Yes,
yeah.
I'd like to respond to that by saying Earls Court does welcome responsible businesses. We have a Earls Court Business Forum, which actively promotes appropriate and responsible businesses. Our concern is, or my concern is, that Nando's fails to consult. It doesn't engage, and that is a fundamental kind of keystone as to how you get on in an area. This is you've got to bear in mind, Mr. Harper, this is the second time that you're going in for retrospective planning permission for the flank wall. So if we're looking at good businesses, and we need good businesses, I think we need to look at the management plan, Councillor Ali, and that has to include that the pavement has to be cleaned, that we do need to have litter patrols. We do need to have effective management and ownership of the bike problem. Now, that picture, I believe I took that picture, and that was actually taken before the restaurant was locked down. So that was, the Nando's would have been operational. So we do welcome the good businesses, but we do need a robust management plan, and we do need community engagement. And I'm sure that, I'm sure Councillor Spalding and Adorian would agree that I'm sure that we would welcome them to the Earls Court Business Forum.
Councillor Spalding, do you want to add something to that?
Just very briefly, 2 sentences, Chairman. Thank the officers for including in your pack. You will see several photographs which Councillor Wade took, and I took some. Mine show all the red colours. Bearing in mind this is a corner on a red route, and Councillor Ali and I work very closely together and very effectively and harmoniously on public transport in this borough. And Councillor Ali is an expert in this field. And if you could put up the photographs, if it's possible, if the officers can show the photographs that have got all the red colour in them, it shows the effect on the traffic on Earls Court Road. That's my first sentence. My second sentence is that the management plan ought to include some sort of control over all these delivery drivers. Now, we have had in the ward a visit from the managing director of Deliveroo, and he has assured the councillors that if we take a photograph of a bike which is transgressing, he will make sure that that Deliveroo driver's contract is curtailed. Now, I would say we need a condition, something like that in the condition. In the photographs I supplied, you will see number plate after number plate parked on double yellow lines and even worse on double red lines. And I think Nando's ought to be responsible here and not just manage all these motorbikes, but take photographs of the ones who are illegally parked, for instance, and undertake to send those to the managing director of Deliveroo. This would mean that the bad motorbikes were cut out of the system and the good, responsible ones could earn a proper living, which a reliable restaurant would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, did you, is this an old hand or a new hand?
Yes, if you don't mind, Chairman, if I can just with one follow-up question.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. This is to Sam. Sam, if you've just heard what the council has said, of course you have bridged the trust of the local community. If you haven't consulted with the local community, I haven't engaged with the local communities, of course, as a council and then councillors, whichever ward we represent, we do welcome local businesses. But the question is to you here, would you take the points that Councillor Wade and Councillor Malcolm taken into the account? If this, I'm not saying it's going to be approved or not, but if they were to approve this or reject, would you be able to take those points on board and provide the management required to make sure the residents do not pay the price of reckless drivers and congestion? And as I said, I know that I have the experience, as Councillor Spalding mentioned, and I know that street, and I've been driving for years and years and years, whether it's public transport or a private cars. So please do come back to and respond to that. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think it's important to stress that obviously the hatch was installed in the first wave or towards the end of the first wave of the lockdown. It was an immediate response to try and sustain the restaurants. We acknowledge it was done without planning permission, but in the context of what we were facing, it was decided that do the works and sustain the restaurant, and we would hopefully resolve it thereafter. And that was a decision taken not lightly, but taken across the estate where appropriate. I think in terms of ongoing management, obviously a number of these points are, I hear that the councillors and that there is local concerns about that, and I've read the comments and fully acknowledge those, and they have been passed to Nando's, and I will continue to liaise with them. I should add that I've worked with Nando's for nearly 15 years, and it is, and they've been on Earls Court Road. It's one of their very early restaurants. They've been there for many years, and I think they take pride in the fact that they are, sort of a significant part of the community, and contribute greatly. Obviously, there's times when things, become challenging, and I appreciate those points, and I'll relay them. And I would hope that we can work to an agreeable position that allows the safe collection of takeaway food to continue, as we all want it to, because obviously they do employ a significant number of people. They do offer a great training opportunities and opportunities when things are hopefully back to normal, and I'm sure they would like to feel that they're part of the community and a valued part of the community, rather than something that is causing people grief and and problems.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, do you have a question, Councillor Jackson? Okay, I have a. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, my mute got stuck on there. But a question for the objectors, Councillor Malcolm Spalding and Councillor Wade, really, is, with, the traffic being bad and traffic potentially or deliveries potentially getting more popular, how do you see the control of the traffic deliveries being effective?
I think that there's one way forward is that we've had a meeting with Deliveroo. We've actually got a designated area to deal with the problem in Hogarth Road. I think this is a subject that the council has to take forward to allocate designated areas, but it does require monitoring. To witness bikers having fights is not something. Now, just say that actually Trebovia Road is a good looking road. Opposite there is residential homes, so you have to have the balance here between the viability of a commercial interest and the quiet enjoyment of people who are actually living opposite and along the street. That street is not predominantly commercial. There are 3 hotels that I can see in that picture, and there's 2 further along. And then you get Kensington Mansions at the end. So out of a quite long street, the majority of it is residential. So I think that it is something that the council's going to have to take forward as an overall policy. But I think that I come back to the point that Nando's, he might have been there for a long time, but it has not wished to engage. I've gone in there as a chair of the local residents association on a number of occasions when it was open. We've actually washed outside. Residents have washed outside that restaurant because of the greasy deposits. We managed to get a tap in order for them to be able to wash their street. They just don't consider anything outside their premises is actually their responsibility. So I think if they're going to be a part of Earls Court, if they want it to be a successful business, they have to engage with the community. And part of that is actually keeping the pavements clean and pleasant for residents to be able to use.
Looking at this specific application, to answer Councillor Jackson's question directly, Deliveroo have been brilliant. They know their reputation has been a bit shaky because this is a new phenomenon and these motorcyclists do cause problems. The answer has been that Deliveroo has been only too willing to come down and talk to the managers of each restaurant that's had a problem in Kenway Road, in Hogarth Road. But why hasn't it happened here? Why have Nando's not engaged with Deliveroo and put it into their management plan that they will discipline these drivers? And secondly, Nando's talk about wanting to train people and train the drivers and to maintain good a renaissance of restaurants after lockdown. Well, the borough's got to work with a restaurant like this and say, okay, you're going to need so much parking space for so many different restaurants that do takeaways. And this is a new phenomenon in the borough where the borough highways officers have not latched on to the emergence of all these delivery motorbikes. That's a problem for the council. But in this case, Nando's themselves have got to be a bit more willing to take on a bit more responsibility in that condition. And they've got to liaise with the motorbike people who give the contracts.
Okay, thank you. Alison, do you have any other questions?
Thank you. Yeah, no, just to follow up, it's, it's an all-rounder of traffic, consultation, control, residential behaviour within residential. And so it's, I think for me that I would want to hear from the officers, but I've heard the agent or Nando's say that they can manage it, but it's a question of how.
Okay, thank you. I have a question to Mr. Harper. So explain, am I understanding correctly that before the hatch, collection used to happen from inside the store, meaning there will be customers sitting, eating, and delivery guys will walk in to collect and walk out? Am I correct? So that how deliveries used to happen. You don't have a back door where deliveries happen from there.
No,
so
no. Across the estate, it was always done front of house, and obviously this has been a way to try and address that.
And you don't have a way of maybe having a table at the corner at the front where deliveries come from the kitchen to that table and delivery guys take it and go. Is that possible?
In bigger restaurants, absolutely, that's possible. But obviously, this is a very small restaurant, particularly by Nando's standards, and the nature of the delivery orders, which will, I'm sure, drop down or peter out as the restaurant and people can dine in the restaurant, means that there will constantly be that sort of gaggle of people sort of waiting in the restaurant, which then, and the nature of the bikes means they have their bags with them and whatever. It's been determined they work very closely with Deliveroo. They're the first operator to have a exclusive relationship with one delivery partner in Deliveroo, that it was to offer that from outside the premises was just better for all parties, because otherwise they'd wait by the door, block on the corner, and things like that. So yeah.
I understand. Also, explain to me, I'm not very good at restaurant management and how you run restaurant, but explain to me. So I know restaurants clean inside and they have to have hygiene certificates and all that. Do you have responsibility for any rubbish that happens from the restaurant on the outside? It's like, for instance, there is talk about oil deposits in the walls and what have you. Do you clean that? Does the restaurant clean that?
I would like to say.
Or is that not responsible?
I would like to say I'm sure they do, but as their planning consultant, I couldn't tell you.
You couldn't tell.
I would. As an operator, I would like to think if their bag split and there was oil all over the pavement, they would make an effort to clean that up. But obviously, we've heard contrary to that this evening. Don't live close enough to the property to be able to comment. But I think the point there is that that's not relevant directly to the proposal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues, or shall we thank Sam Harper, Linda Wade, and Malcolm Spaulding for giving us their time and move on to the next phase of this application, the officers phase. Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much, everyone. And now we'll ask the Katie, any questions to the officers? I think Hamish, you first, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Harrell, the question I was going to ask was, if Nando's were minded to use the existing door at that spot for their takeaways, would they need to request planning permission for that, or could they just start using that if permission for the hatch was denied, if they were so minded?
They certainly wouldn't need any planning permission. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to comment on whether that would be feasible in terms of logistics internally. We've heard that it's potentially the doors are located next to where food waste management happens, all that sort of thing, or that would be covered by perhaps other legislation under environmental health, for example. But certainly in a planning permission terms, they're not changing anything on the external elevation of that property, so they wouldn't require planning permission to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question to officers?
No, not from me.
Okay.
Yeah. May I ask?
Councillor Ali? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. My question is to the officers. If we were to accept this application, but for example, with a quotation to say there should be a reduction of the number of bikes in the area, or in the pay, or in the hutch, or just in the local area, basically, to ease the congestion, will that be taken into account in terms of the officer side and with as approval point? Will that be a possibility, or we just have to say yes or no for this application, regardless of changing anything? What I'm trying to say here, our comments, will it be taken on board and be part of the planning, or we just have to make the decision based on what we have had and what we have read from the documents or the reports that we have been sent a few days back, or a few weeks now, I should say?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very tricky because this is just one restaurant within Earls Court, and there are many other premises. So obviously there are multiple sites that are creating the problem that we're seeing with motorcyclists and so on. And what we couldn't do is go beyond the application site in anything that we were trying to control. I think there are conversations clearly to be had. It sounds as though Councillor Wade is and others are trying to have those conversations, and that's something we would strongly encourage, and hopefully the message can get passed on to Nando's tonight. That's something we would encourage them to engage in. But in terms of this application, we do just need to focus on what we can do that is relevant to the proposals before us, and it needs to be proportionate. However, you know, we have had the Nando's agent with us this evening. They've heard all the concerns. We have recommended condition 2, which requires a management plan. And I think it would be entirely reasonable to expect some of the issues that have been raised to come under that management plan. Indeed, we could firm it up through an informative to outline exactly what we expect to be within that plan. I wouldn't recommend going as far as trying to control and put within that plan, you know, numbers of deliveries that can occur. I think that's a discussion that needs to happen outside this forum by those who sort of, you know, understand what those numbers might be and so on. But certainly that plan gives us a degree of control. But again, I'd caution that is only to do with this one premises, and obviously a more joined up approach with the whole of the commercial premises on Earls Court would really be a more of an ideal solution.
Thank you. I think, Chair, can I just follow up with one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You've answered a very important question in terms of the number of bikes and the number of deliveries. If it's not only for just Nando's and others are using, of course, they cannot control that. And thank you for making that clear. But I'm coming back to the community engagement and ignoring completely the residents and connecting, consulting with them. That shouldn't be the way forward for any business in our borough, and we value both the business and our residents. So, if we were to say community engagement and with Nando's changing the way it does business in Earls Court and in particularly this, and engage with the local residents, including the councillors, to take the issue forward and to report if there is any future problems on this. Can we include that? Because I think it's not right for residents to be ignored the way this application has been happening.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, do you have a question?
Yes, really, in the same vein. There are two things, because one is the increasing traffic, the more traffic, the not so good management of that, and then the lack of responsibility from the Nando's itself to take responsibility for the dirty walls, for the food spill, the lack of consultation with the residents, which I suppose is a third point. So, you know, in terms of the detail on the management of it, you know, it sounds like that would have to be very detailed in terms of the timings of the bikes, or could be detailed, like the timings of the bikes, the control of the traffic, how many bikes, is the CCTV, all of that type of thing. And then how can the restaurant take more of an active management in that, so that it actually works rather than doesn't work. And then to keep the residents informed, I think, is extremely important for a happy community. So how can you ensure that you know, if this was to go ahead, that there was that kind of rigorous, detailed management plan and responsibility taking?
I mean, I think, as I say, it's really helpful that the agent from Nando's is here to hear all these concerns firsthand, and I'm sure he will pass those on. But we have, on purpose, kept the condition wording relatively broad, in the sense that we've asked for this management plan. But I think it's entirely reasonable for us to sort of pinpoint a little bit more what we would expect that management plan to cover. And if members felt that community engagement was an important part of that plan, you know, we could make it clear, perhaps through the use of an informative, that we would expect to see evidence of that within this management plan, as well as evidence of how, you know, it wouldn't be a case of here's a plan and that's the end of it, how they were actually going to ensure that they continue to adhere to it and to stick to the promises that were made within it.
Okay. Thank you. Hamish, Alison, do you have another question? follow up? No. Hamish, is that an old hand or a new hand? Okay. So there are, sorry, Katie, I just want to clarify in my head. There are things we can add to the existing condition to tighten it up a little bit. I mean, my understanding is the bikes, the number of the bikes is an issue. However, they are not exclusively Nando's bikes. So maybe we can consider, maybe the council consider providing, because now I think that there's a culture of takeaway, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to dissipate anytime soon, even post-COVID. Maybe we as a council, we need to look at creating more space, because Earls Court is a very it's a small district of food and takeaways and deliveries. So maybe they need more space for bikes, because that's what every Deliveroo, whatever, Uber Eats uses for deliveries. Am I right in thinking that?
I mean, quite possibly that would obviously be a good solution to be able to find additional space. I think that goes beyond what we could expect Nando's to do. Yeah. But for Nando's, we can do the community engagement. Can we condition the cleaning outside, just maintaining, instead of residents coming and cleaning, can they do that? Can we condition that? I think it would be reasonable, certainly, to cover things that would be directly associated with the use of the hatch. So things like litter being dropped and any sort of rubbish or debris that might be as a result of these delivery drivers. Absolutely, I think that could be included. I'd sort of caution going as far as saying things like cleaning the outside premises, because really that's not directly linked to the food collection. That's more of an operational thing. But certainly, as part of the management plan, litter can form part of that. At the moment, the condition just specifies we would like details about how they would control the number of delivery drivers to prevent multiple ones from all turning up at the same time. But we could extend that condition to also ask for details about community engagement, litter controls, and any other matters that we wanted included in that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to Ms. Harrell? No. Okay. Amongst us, colleagues, I'm just going to go down the line one by one and ask you, what do you think it should be the way forward? Shall we? Are you happy with the application as it is, and add more stringent conditions to it as discussed now to make it more palatable, or which way are you going? Shall I start with Councillor Ali?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, in terms of the report and what officers have said of the application, I would just and specifically with residents, the chair of the residents, because every resident may or may not have issue, but the chair will know, as Councillor Wade has mentioned, and whether it's cleaning or management. I think community engagement is the number one for this issue. And yes, the controls of the bicycles or the cycles or the motorcycles, that all can come down with working with the residents. We cannot talk about it's going to take long, but if we were to include community engagement and working with the local councillors as well, with local residents, RAs or chairs of resident associations, I would tend to say yes to that, subject to what I've just mentioned.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Yes, basically, I think that if that the application, I think it has to be a completely rigorous management plan, sort of threefold. So you've got the traffic and the mess and the cleaning, and then I think the Nando's has to take responsibility for that so that it doesn't have to be enforced all the time. That actually happens. I think consultation, engagement with the residents is absolutely key because they know what the problems are. So that detail can go into the management plan, and it doesn't really matter how rigorous it is, as long as it works, for the community, and the restaurant can be active through the hatch in one way or another through these, through this pandemic times, which are probably going to go on for years. So basically, that is of my mind. I think it's a very good idea to have the management plan is engagement and consultation with the residents over that, so that it is very detailed, very tight, so the restaurant has to take responsibility where it hasn't in the past.
Thank you. Hamish, those are your residents. What do you want to see?
Well, in looking impartially at the application specifically, of course, Chair, I think, yes, it's a couple of different sides here, really. I mean, we've heard for non-planning reasons, this is probably, at least for non-planning reasons, this isn't something that they could do anyway using the existing back door. I mean, even if we accept, for instance, going on to the motorbike traffic, that traffic would probably still be there, at least the majority of it, even if the hatch were not there, given that there's already a motorbike stand there are already other restaurants in the area, and Nando's would still probably be doing deliveries anyway. So you would still have that congregation of motorbikes. Even if we were to accept that, there are other factors. Having the hatch there ends up blocking the pavement to pedestrians, thereby having an effect on living conditions at that spot. Cherbovie Road is, of course, a residential road. It is not in any sense a commercial road, so it doesn't really end up enhancing the character of the Devon Square conservation area. So there are, in my view, a series of harms there. But of course, I do see it from the business perspective as well. So these are my thoughts at the moment.
Thank you. I'm thinking this might be an opportunity, because if this application doesn't go through, then things will more or less stay as they are. But maybe here there is an opportunity to put some kind of to put the management plan, or to put an put a condition that might enhance life of the residents around the area by asking Nando's to do more engagement with the community, pick up after, clean up the litter, and just maintain the area in a better place. I don't know. Would that sound like something we can live with? Councillors, anybody? Just don't jump all at once. Shall we? I mean, if I ask legal, can we? How can we condition what we just discussed?
So shall I just jump in there, Chairman? Just to say,
absolutely, I need someone to jump in there. Trust me.
As I say, I think we can tweak condition 2 just to expand a little bit about what we would expect. So to include the litter management and traffic management. And some community engagement. What we can also do is I will tighten it up also within informative, just to explain what we would like that to look like a little bit further. So all the detail wouldn't go in the condition, but we would slightly tweak the wording of that just to make that more enforceable.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, Alison, I see your hand up.
I think it's all in the detail. In terms of the rigorous detail. I just want, which we don't know what that is right now. But, I would like to see things like timings and, look at other spaces and, potentially and things like that. Is it possible that this comes back to us to look at?
Well, if we get it conditioned now, as Katie just stated, which is the three major things: community engagement, managing the traffic, and the litter generated, then that is, I think it's as tight as we can do it. I don't know. Correct me, someone, if I'm wrong. That's my understanding. But then it comes back with what? That's what I want to know, Alison. It comes back with.
So I could jump in there. It would
Yes.
be possible to bring a condition back for a committee decision if members felt that was necessary. What I would probably encourage instead would be for perhaps Nanos to reach out. So once the application for a condition is in, we'll obviously notify anyone who is interested, and members would obviously be able to review the plan along with anyone else who might be interested in having a look at that and provide their comments that way, much like any of our other applications. So it wouldn't be a case of this is the end of the discussion, and that committee members wouldn't be able to have any input. But at the end of the day, it's up to your discretion about whether you felt it didn't need to come back to a committee for a decision. But as I said, I'd advise that members input to to the condition application, and obviously we'll also be engaging our colleagues in transport and highways and environmental health in anything that comes through.
Exactly, fantastic. I see you, Hamish, but I'm going to ask Kasim first. Did you put your hand up, Kasim? Mike, we can hear you.
Sorry, yes, I did. The officer answered superbly, so I wouldn't repeat what you just said.
Fantastic.
That has been answered.
Fantastic. Okay, Hamish?
Thanks, Chair. Can I just draw everyone's attention, perhaps slightly out of interest, to
Okay.
section 3, paragraph 3.3 in the report. I'll just quote from it. The area is characterised by a mix of commercial uses situated at ground floor level. Unfortunately, over time, the shop fronts on Earls Court Road have been replaced with modern units with modern materials, lettering, signage. And I'd just make the observation, really, that it is those small changes, small approvals that cumulatively end up changing the character of an area. And I just wonder whether, if approving this, would end up setting a precedent, and we would see more of these hatches being proposed for other restaurants.
Okay, good point. Miss Katie, what do you think?
I would say that classic line of each case on its own merits. Should other restaurants decide that they want to install these type of hatches, and it may well be that with an increase in food collection, this is something that we see more of. But with each case, we would look at the individual site, take into account the site specifics, how it would operate, the road around it, and on all of those factors. So just granting this today wouldn't mean an automatic approval for anyone else who wanted to pursue the something similar.
Okay, thank you. Shall we move it on a little bit and take it to a vote with the condition as we discussed, attached? And it says it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. And we just said we're going to enhance the conditions and make it tighter. I'm just going to go down backwards and ask for your vote. Do you agree or disagree? Alison? Councillor Jackson?
I agree with planning consent, but I'd like to see the management plan come back after the consultation engagement with the residents.
Okay, Councillor Ali.
Yes, I do support the application, and I think we should grant. However, I do agree with Councillor Alison Johnson for this, and I think it should come back to us in terms of how it's been developed and specifically working with the local people. So on that condition, I would say yes to the application.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Adorian.
Against, Chair.
Against.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to agree with my other colleagues and say to grant with the conditions attached, and I'm happy for the conditions to come back at a later date. Is that possible, Katie? Anybody? Oh, sorry, Liz. Oh, sorry, I saw somebody else pop up on my screen.
Sorry, Chairman, I can chip in there. Yes,
Yes, please.
If it's to do with the condition coming back, yes, we can bring that back to a planning applications committee in the future. We do that with other conditions like CTMPs and things like that. It can be minuted and it will be picked up when the application to discharge that plan is made to us.
So we can grant this application with this condition and on the condition that it comes back to committee.
Sorry, Chairman, could I just clarify one thing?
Yes.
Just to ask members' opinion, the condition specifies that within 3 months of them reopening, we would expect to see the plan. Bearing in mind, we have now asked them to carry out meaningful community engagement. I wonder whether you wanted to review whether that timeframe was appropriate.
I don't know. Do you think 3 months is enough, Alison?
I would have thought that a management plan could be started now while it's not open, because everybody knows there's been examples of it prior. So that 3 months, into when it's open seems a very long time to me.
But I think 3 months will give the business an opportunity to actually try and have more concrete evidence to bring to the table. That's my thinking.
Okay, we'll leave it at 3 months. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, and Councillor Ali, so you had your hand up. Sorry.
Yes. I think it will for the time. If we were to say if we take two different, if we take two situation we've just said, divide into two. Sorry, the first one, community engagement should start right away. It will meet immediately with objectives we hear from sitting councillors and with other community. That should be straight away. And I think in terms of the plan, and we have in COVID-19, and to even allow more community members to get involved, I would say 3 to 6 months. It will be ideal for this type of consultation. So I would say this type of involvement. So I wouldn't say 3 months. It's too early, and we may even be still some sort of under restrictions. Fully, we will not be.
But they're not going to stop. But they're not going to stop operating. They are. Are they open now?
No, they're not.
They're not open now. Okay.
And I think 3 to 6 months. I would say, Chairman.
Okay.
I wouldn't put any other time. So that's my opinion.
Okay, Katie, I think I'm overruled. 3 to 6 months.
Just to clarify, it says 3 months within reopening, so they can start.
Yeah, okay, then that's it.
Now, but once they've opened, we've given them 3 months to come back with the plan for us.
I think that's I can veto that. Can I veto?
Yes, Chair, it's yours.
I think 3 months from opening, it makes sense. It's don't give them too much time. Give them enough reasonable time, but time, something you can control, as opposed to something take too long and prolonged suffering or whatnot. Yeah. So okay. So we're in agreement. Yeah. Okay. Shall we move to the next case, please? Now. And can someone ask Malcolm back, please? Malcolm, are you back?
Chairman, I'm here again.
Fantastic. Okay.
I'm with
great.
you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now it's 4 Scarsdale Studios.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you just confirm that you can see the title slide?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Right. So this application doesn't have any speakers this evening because the registered speaker was unfortunately unwell. But I'll just take you through the detail, obviously, in any event. The first slide I'm showing you there is obviously the extract from the location plan, the Ordnance Survey plan. You can see that the Scarsdale Studios development, it was built as artist studios originally, and it's a backland development that's sort of encircled or encompassed by variously Stratford Road and Allen Street on the right-hand side and Scarsdale Villas at the top of that slide. The application property is identified there by the red star in the corner of Scarsdale Studios. And that aerial shot just gives that a bit more perspective. The red arrow is identifying the position of the air conditioning unit that's the subject of the application. And that's the air conditioning unit. You can see in that photograph, that's the boundary between number 4 and 5 on the right-hand side, marked there by the trellis. The pitched roof you can see on the left-hand side of the image is actually the application property. And then on the other side of the trellis, that's the terrace to number 5, the Scarsdale Studios. And you'll see the unit there quite evident at the centre of the photograph. This is a photograph taken from a neighbouring property looking down onto it. And this is actually taken when they were doing the work. So you can see there that the workmen have moved the trellises or some sections of trellis aside, and that they've been installing the units, as you can see there. I think that's what attracted the attention. And this is the proposed roof plan. The red line there denotes the site boundary for this property, number 4. And you can see there in the sort of dark grey at the centre of the slide, that's the existing unit. And I think that was the last slide, Chairman. So there are no speakers, but obviously I'm here to take any questions. Before we go on to questions, I'll just draw your attention to the addendum report, in which I've recommended a further condition to be attached. If I could just add that in addition to the wording that you have in the addendum report, it is actually necessary to specify the report prepared by AF Acoustics, dated the 10th of July 2020, just to be absolutely clear which report is the subject of that condition.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I'm happy to take questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Since we don't have any speakers, we can go straight away to questions from councillors. I'm going to go backwards and start with Alison Jackson. Do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So a few questions really, just related to the noise. It's very close to the neighbour and the terrace. You know, how much noise? And also, I understand it has mounts, anti-vibration mounts, anti-noise mounts as well. Please, could you confirm that? And how will they be maintained over time? Because they will wear out. And who's going to, follow that and make sure that they do work and remedial work on that? Should this go through? Third thing, can they be seen? You know, can this be seen from anywhere?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, through you, Chairman, just taking the last question there first. No, in visual terms, as I think you can probably see from the image in front of you, in visual terms, it's actually very difficult to see. If we go back to that photograph, Clearly, it's quite evident there from the buildings behind, but with the trellis in position, as it was replaced shortly after this, the unit would be hidden behind the trellis and essentially not very visible at all. In terms of noise, yes, that the unit is within an acoustic enclosure, and it's also set on anti-vibration mounts. So the anti-vibration mounts are to do with structural borne sound, and the enclosure itself is to do with airborne sound. Certainly all machinery needs to be maintained, and all machinery eventually wears out. The installation of a new unit should not result in any problems at all. I think our environmental health colleagues would be the first to point out that most of their complaints are to do with poorly maintained units that are operating, but they're not maintained properly, and therefore their noise profile starts to creep outside the limits. The advantage of actually having a planning permission in place is that the council's noise limiting condition, which is recommended condition 2, would then be in force. And what's not generally known is that, in fact, the noise criteria specified in the standard noise condition, which is this one, are actually tighter than the controls that the Environmental Protection Act provides. So if there was no noise condition in the form of condition 2 and also condition 3 plus the extra one that I'm recommending, then the environmental health officers can only enforce the limits which are set under the environmental the 1990 Environmental Act. Whereas with the condition in place, these tighter controls are actually enforceable. And then the other point about the noise condition is that it does contain a switch-off clause. So that in the event that it wasn't maintained properly, then if the noise was audible, then they could be told to switch it off in terms of the condition, to comply with the condition, until they carried out the necessary remedial work. The noise report has set out the maintenance regime for the units, and obviously the manufacturer's own instructions carry a maintenance schedule. And the environmental health officer is satisfied that as long as they keep to that schedule, there shouldn't be a problem in the first place. If there is a problem, then the switch-off clause in the condition could kick in, and the unit couldn't operate then until the correct measures had been undertaken.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spalding, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry,
no
Alison, do you have any
questions, Chairman? Okay. No questions. No.
Thank you. Alison, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a follow-up on that picture was that it looks like the air conditioning unit is blowing into the next door neighbour's terrace. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I think that picture there was before they put the acoustic enclosure over it. You can see that the vents are evident at the left-hand side of the unit there, for example. But once the enclosure's over it, then there's nothing blowing into the neighbouring property.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ali, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Just want to double check on this here. I have read the report and application and also the recommendation from the officers, but just want a clarification on here. One of the objectors or residents who have objected have said the applicant installs BUMP first and then applies for permission. We just wondered, how would you come to do that? First installing it and then now asking for permission?
Well, I could give a long answer to that, but in short, the Town and Country Planning Act provides for retrospective applications. It's not actually an offence to apply in retrospect. It's completely within the procedures set out in the Act. Where somebody does that, then they go ahead at their own risk, because obviously they're running the risk that if planning permission isn't granted, then of course they'd have to undo whatever works that they'd carried out. But it's actually within the procedures defined in the Act to make a retrospective planning application. That's not true of listed buildings. That's a different thing, but this building isn't listed.
I understand. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'd finished the short answer.
Thank you. Chair, if I just have a follow-up question with this. I understand this is not a listed building, and yes, it's within your, it's allowed, it's not a criminal issue to do what you have done, but are you prepared, or how would you be prepared if the councillors tonight making these decisions will not go on your way because you've already started the work? And you have already may have upset some neighbours and some people who have rejected you for your work.
Well, essentially, what planning law requires is that a planning decision is taken on its own merits, and those merits have to be planning merits. So the planning authority, no matter how irritating it might be to be faced with a retrospective application, the duty of the authority is to put that aside and focus on the planning merits, and that the decision on the application should in no sense be a punitive type decision. It should be based purely upon the planning policies and the merits of the application. That is what the law requires.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorian, do you have a question?
No further questions from me. No,
So-
all my
so-
points have been covered. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we asked all questions. Shall we, if there's no many other questions, shall we take this to a vote? Remember, you have an added condition in your addendum report, and the recommendation is it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. Or and can I go down the line and just ask if you're for or against? Councillor Adorian?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Spalding?
In favour, Chairman.
Councillor Ali?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Jackson?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm also in favour. That's 5 out of 5. Thank you. And shall we move to the next case? It's going to be is it Norland Square? Thank you. Number 10, Norland Square. Derek, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this application, in fact, it's an application for planning permission and an application for listed building consent, so that there are 2 applications before you. The proposal is essentially to demolish the existing 2-storey glazed infill that you see in the photograph in front of you of the rear elevation, and to replace that with a new 2-storey glazed infill. That there are various other alterations within the listed building at the lower levels. In the last year, I understand that they've actually demolished the roof of that under a previous permission that they had. So the barrel roof part has recently been removed. That the rest of the rear elevation is as you see it there in the photograph, to the best of my understanding. And that drawing is the existing rear elevation. It's the demolition drawing. So you can see there the elements in the elevation that are to be removed as part of the proposals. So I'll just go back briefly to the photograph and then back to the drawing just so you can relate to it. And you'll see there it's proposed to remove the window at the lower level, remove the barrel roof, and the lower section for the infill conservatory. And then at the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see it's also proposed to remove an existing trellis, which is over the terrace in that position at the moment. And I'll come back to that terrace with a future slide. That's a closer up view of that, just showing the lower part of the building. So again, you can see there the elements of the rear that would be removed in the proposals. And for these two, at the left-hand slide, or the left-hand image in the slide, that's the scheme that was refused back in September of 2020. So you'll have seen that obviously discussed in representations and also in the officer's reports. And that scheme is currently under appeal. The refusal, if you look at the left-hand image there, has its own version of a two-story rebuild of the glazed infill. You see a balcony in front of it with French doors. And then on the right-hand side, which is the side number 11, you can see that there's actually an extension with French doors. And the refused proposal basically proposed an extension to be constructed on that existing terrace that you saw in the photograph. If you move now to the right-hand image in that slide, you can see the rear elevation as now proposed. The main things there to point out are firstly that the infill extension, the glazed extension, has now been sort of neatened up, so it's a tidier version of the one that was previously proposed. And then at the right-hand side of the image, you can see that there is a single door which opens onto the existing terrace. And that is where the refused extension would have been. But in the applications before you this evening, the terrace area there is retained as it is at present. And that's just a closer up version of that. That's just to confirm the materials for the glazed infill. And you can see the terrace there as existing against the boundary with number 11 in greater detail. And that image, I think it's obviously a coloured up perspective as opposed to a strict planning drawing, but I think that's very useful in showing how the terrace is retained adjacent to the boundary wall with number 11. Part of the reason for refusal, or in fact the second reason for refusal, was specific to number 11 in the refused scheme in September 2020. And that was all to do with a sense of enclosure. If you look at the terrace there, you can imagine that if a single-story extension is built on that terrace, then its flank, where the trellis is at the moment, would obviously increase the sense of enclosure to the neighbouring property at number 11. In the proposal before you this evening, the terrace is retained as it is. The trellis, or pergola over the trellis, has been removed, and then the trellis on the party wall is just retained as is at the moment. And in plan form, that shows at the top part of the slide, you can see the existing terrace with the stairs leading down into the garden. And then the lower part of the slide shows the extent of the old 2016 permission, but in the red dotted line. And you can see there the proposed terrace that would be constructed in its place with the glazed infill extension towards the left, leading into the kitchens of the property. You can see there that there's a planter proposed to be put on the terrace, but immediately behind the railings. And then that's a section through it. That's showing the stairs down to the garden. Again, it shows the line of the 2016 approval. And you see the flank wall of number 9 in the background of that slide. And then that last slide is from the rear of number 11, now looking at their side of the trellis. And in the proposals now before you, the view that you get from the rear of number 11 in this image simply wouldn't change. If there was a change, it would just be that you can see a little bit of the pergola, which would be removed, but essentially retaining the terrace there means that there'd be no building up of the boundary wall now to number 11, as it would have been previously. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you. We move now to the next stage, and we have speakers for we have 2 objectors and 2 for the applicant. The objectors are Siri Coop and Sophie, hope I do it justice, Melancrod.
Correct, thank you.
So thank you. You have 3 minutes between you to share them. We'll time you, but we'll tell you at the end of the 3 minutes. Thank you.
These applications have less impact on us at number 11 than the refused applications, which are the subject of appeal, and we are grateful for that. However, we are concerned about 2 points which relate to cumulative harm to the listed buildings and lack of consistency in decision-making by the Council. The Council have a statutory obligation to preserve and enhance the conservation area and prevent cumulative harm. First, the overall height of the extension at ground floor with the glass box will be higher than the neighbouring closet wing extensions. This does not comply with the Norland Neighbourhood Plan. The officer's report is silent on this. The neighbourhood plan took considerable time to put in place. It has been adopted by the Council, and there's little point in having it if its policies are disregarded. When we changed the design of our conservatory, which had existed since 1991, we dropped the roof line so it did not extend higher than the neighbouring closet wing extensions in compliance with the plan. Numbers 2 to 18 Norland Square are listed as a group of houses. None have a clerestory of this type of design. And what exists at the moment is only a lower ground infill extension, not a double height. What is proposed is the double height infill extension. Second, the terrace outside the proposed infill extension at ground floor will extend further and deeper than was recently allowed at numbers 7 and 11. Number 11 was required to set back its balustrade by 1400. Number 7 set back theirs by 1500 millimetres in approved applications. Number 10 should be no different. And if allowed, over time, all the houses will simply apply for infill extensions with full depth terraces at ground floor level, where none currently exist on the terrace. Councillors should please note that the 2016 approved applications did not include any ground floor terrace outside the infill extension. If permission is granted, we request that there be a condition placed that the balustrade be recessed by 1500 mil from the line of the lower ground floor closet wing, or that the permanent planters are conditioned in order to limit the usable space of the terrace. And clearly setting back the balustrade will be more effective. Siri Cope now.
At number 9, we have a historical window on the side elevation of our home. Our primary position is that the application should be refused in order to maintain the integrity of our window. The proposed scheme involves setting back the extension from the window in order to maintain our light and ventilation. The actual dimensions of the setback are not indicated on the drawings, and there has been no assessment by rights of light surveyors regarding the extent of the setback needed to maintain our light and ventilation. In paragraph 3.11 of their planning and heritage statement, the applicant states, the set-in boundary with number 11, the set-in from the boundary with number 9 Norland Square will ensure that light and ventilation to the existing window at number 9 on the side elevation of their existing outrigger is maintained undisturbed. If permission is granted, we request that it should be subject to a condition in those terms, namely that the light and ventilation to our side window is maintained undisturbed and at its current level.
Thank you. Now we have 2 speakers for the applicant. It's Anna Thompson and Patrick Lewis. You also have 3 minutes between you.
Thank you, Chair. As your officers have explained, and you may recall, a previous proposal for 10 Norland Square was considered by this committee back in September. That scheme was significantly different from the one before you tonight. The applicant has worked hard to address your earlier concerns with the form and detailing of the extension. We have also engaged with neighbours prior to the submission. Number 10 Norland Square benefits from an extant permission for a larger two-storey glazed extension, as explained by Mr. Taylor. We refer to this as the 2016 permission. This extension was designed by the previous owners of the property and inherited by the current owners. The extension has been partially implemented and is capable of being finished, so is a material consideration. The submitted plans illustrate the 2016 permission in red, so you can see the direct comparison in the scale and bulk of the previous approval with the current application. We believe that the scheme before you tonight is a much better scheme than the 2016 permission. It is of a more considerate scale with a reduced bulk. It is smaller. It is set back behind the closet wing. It is subservient to the listed building, and the rear elevation is visible through the glazing. It matches the upper ground floor building line of the infill addition at number 11, and it incorporates a small light well around the cloakroom window at number 9. Although this is a non-habitable space and not typically afforded protection, this arrangement will maintain natural light and ventilation to the cloakroom. The light well will not be visible internally from number 10, as it will be concealed next to the cabinets in the pantry. The current proposal maintains the existing garden access and terrace adjacent to number 11, although the steps themselves will be replaced. There will be a small area of terrace created in front of the pantry. A planter would restrict the size of the terrace. We are proposing traditional metal railings similar to those on the first floor terraces at number 9 and 11, terraces which already afford a degree of mutual overlooking. And as the terrace is set behind number 9's closet wing, it would not afford any additional views. We hope that you're in agreement with the recommendation of your officers and will approve these applications tonight. Thank you.
Lewis speaking.
He's the architect. He's here to answer any questions. If members have them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to open the floor to councillors. If you have any questions, can I start just pick a name? Councillor Jackson, do you have a question to any to the applicant or the
to the objectors, really? Just I understand it's a Grade 2 listed building. Is that correct? And that I just want to talk about the size of the conservatory in relation to the other buildings on either side, and what kind of sizing is it in difference, and will that set a precedent in the terrace, in the square, has anybody else done it, really? And the second question is that I really want to know more about the light and the privacy of the window that's been affected. Sorry. So
your question is to, sorry?
Yes. So basically, just talk about what is the difference between what is proposed here and what, in terms of the conservatory, and what is actually on the other two buildings on either side. Why is it so different?
Okay.
To the objective.
I'm happy to answer.
I'm
happy to answer in respect of number 9.
Okay.
Number 9 does not have it has a single story infill at the lower ground level, and there is a historic application for a ground floor infill which was rejected. So there is only a lower ground floor infill at number 9. And in respect to the window, were there specific questions in relation to that window?
Yeah, Alison, could you repeat your question about the window?
Yes. If you could just explain to me about how it's affecting the light of that window.
Well, at the moment, the window overlooks the domed conservatory. And so there's no effect at the moment, but when you look at the plan, you can see in the middle towards the left, you see the outer wall, and there's a little void with 2 pipes in. A window is shown down there, and there's a wall built around it. So it's going to be completely enclosed. At the moment, I don't know. Like I said, the rights of light surveyors have not been in, so it's hard to imagine what effect that will have on the room that it serves.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Dorian, questions?
No questions from me, Chair.
Councillor Ali?
Chair, no questions, but just to add, I was here when it was reviewed back in September the 3rd, 2020, and I have no further question for this new application.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding?
Chairman, could I just ask a very simple question?
Yes.
And I don't mind if it's answered by the applicant or by the objectors. Looking at the first of the photographs that we have in the pack, and then comparing that with on screen, could we see the rear elevation as proposed? Whoever's controlling the screen. The rear elevation, that's it. Could somebody explain to me, the first of the photographs shows two brightly lit buildings. Could you tell me which is number 9, which is number 10, and which is number 11?
Number 9
in
is
the
on the left.
photograph, and is it number 11 on the right of the elevation that we see on screen?
Yes. So as if you go back to the CGI image, I was looking at this one. Number 9's on the left. It says at the bottom there, 10 in the middle,
Yeah.
and number 11's on the right.
I'm looking at proposed, not the demolition plan. Can we see proposed rear elevation? Right. Now, those two windows, how are they shown in the photograph? Are they the left-hand building or the right-hand building? The first of the photographs, which is in the councillor's pack, I don't know if you can see those, or maybe I should ask an officer.
I don't have access to the councillor's pack, so
You mean the
I'm not sure I'm
CGI?
looking at the same thing.
Okay, so it's number 11. Number 11 has a comparable sort of conservatory layout. Is that right? Two
Yes,
large
yeah.
windows?
Yeah, number
Okay,
11
that
is on the
answers
right.
question. Okay, thank you.
Chairman, I was asked a question by Councillor Jackson, I think, of the conservatory. It may be
Okay,
just
yeah,
to
go
explain.
ahead.
The difference is number 11's conservatory existed since 1991 and was redesigned. And I think the difference in architectural terms is ours is a sloping roof, which in fact is lower than number 10's proposed conservatory will be with the glass box on top. And as part of our objection, I submitted their drawing, but with a red line, in fact, showing where our top roof line in fact was, because it isn't completely accurate and the drawings have been submitted. And the rear elevation that you're looking at also gives the impression that our conservatory roof is higher than it in fact is. But the sloping roof means the effect makes it look, in a sense, lower than the glass box, which will be sitting on top. I hope that explains the difference between the two signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alison, do you have a follow-up question? Are you?
Well, yeah. I just that's very helpful. But just in terms of the design, is it comparable to the properties extensions next door?
There is no example on the terrace at all of that type of design with a glass top box, for want of a better word.
Okay.
There is only historically number 11's conservatory, which pre-existed from 1991, and number 7 were granted permission in 2018 to do something that is quite similar in a design, equally set back, but with the balustrade and the balcony and the terrace at ground floor level equally set back, which was one of the conditions that we were asked to comply with in order that the infill extension at ground floor continue to be subservient to the host building.
The roof lantern design is in direct to directly address to be able to keep the header over the existing window on the listed building. It's overall the bulk of this 2-storey extension is significantly less than the 2016 permission that can be built at the property. The red outline on some of these drawings shows the extent of that 2016 permission. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear that officers have the comparable rear elevations of what's before you tonight and what was approved, the design of the kind of chamfered roof of the 2016 permission. But the roof lantern is a much more discreet roof and height to this extension than the 2016 permission.
Yes, and it just comes out more, it sticks out more towards us.
The 2016 permission, yes. If somebody could put up perhaps the slide that has the red, the side, well, yeah, you can see there on plan form, and also on the side. I think there's a side elevation which has the red. There we go.
Right, and the existing proposed sticks out more than the next door one, the one next door.
Not at upper ground floor level. The extent of if you go back to the proposed ground floor plan, you can see just at the very top of the screen there the wall of next door's infill extension. You can't see the annotation on that drawing, but it does actually say line of infill extension of number 11, and they are in the same line as the pantry.
Pantry next door, yeah.
Thank you. I have a question to the objector. If we understand there is a rejected application in appeal, so if the appeal was granted, would you rather have your neighbors build the appealed application, or the appealed plan, or this current plan? Which one would you prefer? If you were asked to choose between these two.
From number 11's perspective, clearly this one, and as I said at the outset, it has much less impact.
This one.
This current application has much less of a detrimental impact on us at number 11.
Okay, and at number 9. And at number 9,
the window is enclosed in both of the proposed applications, the refused and the current.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question from the agent? Can you explain to me the situation with the window?
Yes.
Can be done? Yeah.
Yeah, it's that window service is a cloakroom, so it's a non-habitable space. Perhaps the photograph of the rear elevation may be helpful. So to maintain that window, yes. So where all the drain pipes are in that kind of left corner, the window is amongst there. Like I said, it is a cloakroom. The light well has been designed in specifically because of that window and to try to maintain some ventilation and light to that cloakroom. Although, like I said, it's a non-habitable space, so not normally afforded, significant protection. The light well will still allow that window to get light and ventilation. It should be noted that the 2016 permission didn't have that light well arrangement, so would block that window. So we firmly believe this is a better situation for number 9 and that window to the cloakroom than the extant permission.
Thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? Okay. As it stands, let me see. Okay, we're voting on two things. We're voting on the plans, which is it is recommended that the committee grants planning permission with the condition listed in section 9 of this report. So I'm gonna go down the line and ask you vote. Councillor Ali.
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Spalding.
Yes, in favour, Chairman.
Councillor Dorian.
Against, Chair.
And Councillor Jackson.
I'm concerned about the window actually disappearing because the usage may change in years to come. Is there anything that can be done about that?
Derek?
Well, in town planning terms, because the room that the window lets light and ventilation to isn't a habitable room, that there's not very much that we can say in town planning terms. The BRE guidelines, for example, for daylight aren't really much of an assistance for a room such as this. Primarily, I think the future of that window is a matter between the adjoining owners. Okay. I don't think the planning system is really going to provide the solution to that.
For the future, yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. Is that response satisfactory? Really? Which way you need to vote, either or abstain?
I think I'll go against, actually.
Okay, and I will vote to grant. So does that make what, 3-2?
Yeah, it's 3-2, Chair. Yes.
3-2. Okay, thank you. The next vote is on the. Is it?
You've got the listed building consent, Chairman.
Listed building consent, yeah, to vote on. So I'm going to go down the line. Councillor Spalding.
In favour of granting, Chairman.
And Councillor Adorian.
To be consistent, against, Chair.
Okay, and Councillor Ali.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, technical problems here. Against.
And I will vote in favour. Thank you. And now we move to. We move to the south. We go back south, and the first is it 16 Rutland Mews?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I will just whiz through and get us to the slides. Sorry, bear with me. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, so the application site is at number 16 Rutland Mews South. You'll see from the aerial photograph and the photograph on the right-hand side that the property has a section of mansard roof which houses a staircase, and this was approved back in 2016. Also, you can note the wooden enclosure at ground floor level in the right-hand photograph, which you'll have read in the report, houses air conditioning units. These units do not benefit from planning permission, and there is an open enforcement case regarding it. So the application before you today is to relocate the air conditioning units to the existing flat roof of the rear projection, so next to that mansard section that we just saw, and to enclose them in an acoustic screen finished and clad in slate to match the mansard. So you can see where they would be located on the right-hand side plan there. And quickly in rear, in the elevation drawing, is the existing on the left-hand side with the proposed on the right. So you see effectively it now looks like the mansard roof extends the full width of that rear elevation. Briefly in section, just to show you the difference, with the top image showing the current location of the plant. As you can see from the bottom sectional drawing, there are no sightlines of the plant in the proposed new location, even from the topmost windows of the house opposite on Brompton Square. Now, importantly, you'll have seen that members have seen this application at committee before, back in September. Here the committee asked to defer the application as they wanted some further tests and analysis carried out in the supporting acoustic report. So in order to meet the criteria of our noise SPD, we require analysis to show that the units, when operating, won't be audible to any of those residents living nearby. And as part of that, we ask for background noise levels to be taken at the site, along with an assessment of the noise levels that the units would create. And this allows us to make a meaningful assessment of any impact the units might have, and also of any suggested acoustic screening. The noise report previously submitted did carry out background noise testing and all the tests that we would expect. However, the background noise was measured at the rear facade of the Brompton Square house. There are windows to the property at number 17 and 15 Rutland Mews South, so immediately adjacent to where the units would be located. And committee were concerned that the background noise levels at these points hadn't been measured. So that has now since been done, which is why we're back here with a new recommendation to approve to the committee. This slide shows the locations of where those new tests have been carried out. So we have one where point 1 is, that is the window to number 17, Rutland Mews South, and point 2 was the roof light to the property. Happy to talk in more detail about the noise report if required, but just in summary, essentially the background noise levels here were measured, and it has been demonstrated that in their new location on the roof, with the recommended acoustic screening within the report, that the noise levels generated by the units would be more than 10 decibels below the background noise level at those sensitive points on 17 Rutland Mews South. So essentially, when the units are operating, they won't be heard above the general background noise level. As always with air conditioning permissions, should members be minded to grant the application, there is a condition attached that would mean that the units have to continue to operate at that level, and should they malfunction in any way, they would need to be switched off. And that was my last slide, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a speaker. We have an objector and we have a speaker for the applicant. Can I ask David Edwards, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Right. Well, if I could start with looking at the new sound assessment survey. One of the reasons we wanted that was not only because the original receiving measurements were on the wrong buildings, but also we maintained that the ambient sound level behind our buildings, i.e. in the gardens of Brompton Square, were extremely low. And in fact, the survey, that is proven by the survey. But if I could just mention 1 or 2 points. First of all, paragraph 1 of the survey states yet again, as it did in the first version of the survey, that it's an application for 4 units. It's in fact 7 air conditioning units. What has not been mentioned is that these air conditioning units supply air conditioning rather bizarrely to the townhouse on 42 Brompton Square that has built a tunnel under the adjoining garden and is effectively turning the proposed second story or part of the second story into a plant room servicing the townhouse. The next point, paragraph 2.1, it states that the noise level at the monitoring location was typical of an urban cityscape. It's not. It's significantly below it. The definition of the lowest level of urban ambient sound is 40 decibels. Well, that's well over 3 times the ambient sound level that's been measured behind the properties, just demonstrating just how quiet this area is. It's extremely quiet. It also states in that paragraph that the dominant source is road traffic noise. Well, the graph of the received noise, which is after page 11 on the report, clearly shows that it is not road traffic noise. It is the noise throughout the night is caused by a mechanical device operating at approximate 50-minute intervals, i.e. the units were operating despite the fact that there is an enforcement order against their use. They've been used throughout the last year despite that enforcement order. Paragraph 2.2, the noise measurement position 2 was meant to be on number 15, Rotherham Mews South, as was required by the original committee. The position of it, as in the report, is on number 16, Rotherham Mews South, which is actually the applicant's property. It should be on David Roberts' property, which is next door, i.e. the property on the other side of the applicant's property. Paragraph 3, the results. At position 1, that's my property. The daytime background noise level is now shown as just 37 decibels. That's less than a fifth of what it was shown in the initial report, whereas during the night it's 35 decibels, which is less than a third of what the original report indicated. The graph that I've mentioned, which is figure 19953, shows that
3 minutes, Chair.
Oh gosh, right. Can I just wind up?
Yes,
quickly?
please.
Well, I mentioned that the graph shows that it's the units which are operating, which is providing the noise. So it's not a proper assessment of the ambient noise level without the units working. But all of the neighbours suggest that if permission is granted, the units should be kept where they are, which is 20 feet lower than bedroom level for the adjacent properties and encased within an acoustic casing. That would be our proposal, and not lift them up to bedroom level.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Can I? How many minutes? I mean, we'll give the agents the same amount of minutes, to 3 minutes and a bit. Okay. Can I ask Mr. Labudis?
Yes, correct.
Did I pronounce you?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. Just to say that we've addressed the concerns that were raised in the committee meeting on the 15th of September, mainly to do with the measurement of the background noise and also the receiver position of the acoustic measurements taken and the proximity of those to the to our property. So we remeasured the background noise without the units being in operation, hence the drop in the background noise levels as mentioned by the objector earlier. And the second point, the proximity of the receiver is actually on number, as in the previous photo shown, it's the yellow receiver point, which is on the neighbour's property at first floor level. And it's the window to the rear elevation, which is actually the closest point to the proposed plant area. A couple of other points. There was mentioned that the report says that there's only 4 units. Actually, in section 5.1, there are 7 units mentioned, and this is what the report was based on. There was a comment on the continued use of the plant despite there being an enforcement. The plant hasn't been used, and it definitely wasn't operating while we undertook the noise survey. So overall, the comments from the last committee have been addressed. They've been reflected in the latest noise assessment report. And as a side note from the owner, we've done and accommodated all the comments throughout the process. We're trying to improve the current condition. And in terms of moving forward, should this application be granted, there will be a regular maintenance contract in place to ensure the proper and good working order of these units within the permissible noise levels. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Now we can question either. Could you state who you want to ask the question to, and I'm going to start by Councillor Dorian. Do you have any questions?
No questions from me, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Spalding.
No questions from me, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Ali.
No questions, Chairman.
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, technical here. Yeah, just a question on to the objector on the noise. The units are not in place yet, so you don't know how noisy they're going to be, I presume. But how noisy do you envisage this to be while you're living there?
Well, contrary to what has been mentioned, the units have been operating. When we open our door, we can hear the mechanisms turning on and off. And in fact, if you look at the sound survey, there is no way that throughout the night that is an ambient sound level. There's a regular turning up and down on a 50-minute interval of the ambient sound level. Now, there are no other mechanical devices within 75 feet of that window, of our window. These devices are only about 7 or 8 feet away. It is clear that those devices, which incidentally are not just cooling, it's cooling and heating. We've checked with the makers, the suppliers of the units, and they've maintained that these are to be used for heating and cooling. But lifting them up to bedroom level would be completely untenable. They've made our lives miserable whilst they've been operating during the past year or so, which is why we applied to the council for an enforcement order. But the other thing is this extraordinary situation of their having tunnelled under the garden from 42 Brompton Square to this mews that they've also bought to effectively partly turn it into a service room for their townhouse. It's simply that they've basically exported the noise pollution to us away from their Brompton Square property. And if anything, surely that constitutes amalgamating the properties. There's no way that these properties now can ever be sold independently when one has all the servicing equipment to air condition the large townhouse. And surely isn't that against Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's idea of amalgamating large residential properties in the area? It's a very, very unfortunate precedent.
Thank you. Any other questions to? Okay, I have a question to the agent. Why move the units from the ground to the top floors?
So we can create an acoustic enclosure, and also the disruption to the potential disruption to neighbours would be considerably less than if they were to be left at ground floor.
So do you have documentation or studies to show that them being at the top level will reduce the noise?
They haven't been. We tested, the previous report was based on them working in their current position, and you can see the difference between the two reports, and the ambient noise is it has now dropped. So it's made a considerable difference to the ambient noise.
Okay.
Could I possibly interject here? The neighbours who are affected, it's not just myself, but all the neighbours in the area, we would far rather the units were kept at ground floor level, because they're then 20 feet below bedroom level, and they're within the confines of the garden. And the garden has obviously fencing and thick bushes either side of it. So they would naturally be far better insulated. We would rather that. So in fact, if he's thinking about the neighbours, then please, we don't want them at bedroom level. We would far rather them at ground floor level within acoustic housing.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions to either the applicant or the agent? Sorry, the applicant or the objector?
Yeah, just quick question, Chairman.
Yeah, Councillor Ali, yeah.
To the applicant. Now that we have heard again from the objectors, would you be considering to make it, since you've mentioned it's good for the neighbors, would you be considering to make it on the ground floor level and to give them a bit of breathing time when before making it to the higher level or level with their bedrooms?
The preference would be to have it at a high level.
The preference is okay. Thank you. Do anybody have questions? Now we can move. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
I just ask one question to the agent.
Okay.
If here the residents have said that they'd prefer it on the ground level with acoustic coverings on the ground level because it's better for them, and you've said that you're only putting it up on that floor higher up for the residents' benefit, what's the objection to keeping it on the ground floor as it is, if it's just a residence doing it for the residents?
So currently there are 4 units on the ground floor, which is a much smaller space, occupying a much smaller space than what the 7 units would require. So there isn't actually enough space on the ground floor to achieve what the owner would like to achieve. So the space at the higher part of the building is adequate for the equipment required, and in the acoustic enclosure proposed, because there's space to have a better acoustic enclosure, the disruption would be considerably less.
So it's because you need 7 units, that's why you're moving it upstairs to the top floor. And the 4 units you have, do they have enclosures?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Can you put enclosures in them to reduce the noise?
It could be looked into, but again, there is not enough space on the ground floor level.
Okay.
It's a very large garden.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, right. So you could actually build something to have it on the ground level.
Thank you. I would like to ask officers a couple of questions. Does any of the fellow councillors have any more questions to the objector or the applicant, objector or the agent?
No, Chairman, but I would rather ask the officers.
Yes, I'm coming to that. I just want to thank. I want to thank David Edwards and the agent for the time. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move to the next phase of this application, where we're going to discuss and ask questions from the officers. So I'm going to go first. I just have a question I want to ask Katie. Has these 2 properties been amalgamated?
They haven't in the sense that there's no physical works being carried out to amalgamate the 2. It's quite often that there might be the same ownership for a property and a Muse property, which I believe is the case here. But there's been no physical alterations to the properties to make them one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Colleagues, anybody else has a question? Kasim, Ali.
Thank you. Just to have a quick question. In terms of the application, what will be the issue if, of course, the neighbors will require, or at least they will feel it will make life a lot easier if it was on the ground and the applicant said 7 units can't be accommodated on the ground. Of course, yes, the garden has been mentioned, but I wouldn't go down as far as the garden. But for the time being, what will be the requirements for this if we were to decide this application, but 7 units on the ground level rather than at the top level? Would that be visible?
I'm afraid that's not something you would be able to stipulate through this application. Whereas we could look at a proposal and come up with an alternative. For any sort of proposal that might come before us, we have to determine an application on the basis of what we can see before us, and we have to determine it against the policies of the development plan. So we can sit here and say, oh, they could be located elsewhere, but we have to make an assessment based on what the applicant is asking us to. And as you've seen from the report, that is what we have done as officers, and concluded that it would be okay to have those 7 units at the higher level.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Alison, did you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to know why 7 air conditioning units? It seems like an awful lot of air conditioning units for a town.
Who's that question for?
The officers.
Okay.
I'm afraid not being an air conditioning or a plant expert, I couldn't comment on why they might need 7. It's what they've requested and presumably what they've identified is needed for a property of that size.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chairman, I've got 3 questions, if I may, please, for the
Marcus,
officer.
please go ahead.
Thank you. Under 2.1 and 2.2, it says noise measurement location measurement has been changed and has been measured as a second location, giving background noise levels of 35 and 39 dBs. The objectors said that one of these measurements had done at his property at number 17. Can I ask the officer, where was the second one done?
So my understanding from reading the report is that they were both at number 17, shown by the markers here. So one at the window, as you can see in the photograph, and then one at the skylight.
Okay, thank you. Then related to that question, it then says that was for the ambient noise. 2.1 talks about 2 locations of measuring ambient noise. My question is, where was the ambient noise measured?
So that was the measurement points of where the background noise measurements were taken at those 2 locations.
At number 17?
Yes.
Okay, well, if the ambient noise was measured to be at 35 and 39 dBs, you then go on to say in 2.2 that there was a noise assessment done for the nearest receptors, and one of those is noted as 17, and it says there the assessment is 23 dBs and 25 dBs. Now, that's an assessment. It hasn't been measured. And in paragraph 6.5, in the 5th line from the bottom, it says the noise levels at each of the 3 receptors were assessed as being 10 dBs below the background level. So was the noise assessed at 1 location or 3?
So paragraph 6.5, just to be clear, it was part of the original committee report. So that was based on the previous noise report that went before committee last year. So in terms of the most recent noise report, the figures for the background noise levels of 35 and 39 dB were taken at those 2 locations. And then the reference to...
Well, at 1 location, at number 17, you said.
Sorry, at 1 property, but 2 locations within that property. So the window and the skylight. And then the next paragraph is referring to at those locations, which have been identified as the sensitive locations and the sensitive receptors, what the noise from the units would be. So those are the same locations, but one measurement is the ambient or background noise, and one is what the noise of the units would be at that level, or at those points.
Okay, and where are the other 2 receptors beside number 17? Are you saying there are 2 at number 17 and another one somewhere else?
In the latest report, it's the same 2 receptor points as the points where the ambient background noise was carried out.
Okay. Where is this report? This new acoustic report that you're referring to?
Is with all of the documentation on the applications file, so it's not within the pack, but it's all been available online.
Okay, well, I just note that we can't see any of these figures or any of these assessments or any of these measurements. So I then go to my second question. Can I refer to the last page of the pack before the public comments start, and it's a kind of plan view of the Mews premises, i.e. 16 Rutland Mews, backing onto the garden of 42 Brompton Square. Could you tell me, say, in the two right-hand plan views, where the actual boundary is between 16 Rutland and 42 Brompton Square?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm not quite following you. Perhaps it might be helpful if I bring up.
That's it.
Is that a helpful slide?
If we could go back one slide.
Sorry, this
one? The plan view, that's it, there. Where's the boundary between the Mews property and 42 Brompton Square?
I'm not sure it's possible to show you on this slide. So this is the second floor plan. So the boundary will be running along. So this is at the rear end of the garden. So this is the property itself, the application property, and then 42 Brompton Square is at the far end. So I guess if you're looking at the screen, it'll be at the far left of the screen.
Is the boundary a straight line, or does it cut into the garden and cut back again?
So apologies, I'm going to bring back up this slide as I think it might be more helpful to illustrate. So on the left-hand aerial photograph, you can see all the Brompton Square properties on the far left, and then the Mews properties are on the far right.
Where's the boundary?
So can you see where the red dotted line denotes?
Yeah, where's the boundary of the property that we're looking at tonight? Where is the boundary of 16 Rutland Mews? Is it in a straight line with all the other boundaries, or does 16 uniquely cut into the garden of 42?
So I'm not entirely sure I'm following your question, but I mean, you can see, if you can hopefully see the red line dotted on the left.
I'll repeat it one more time. If we look at the property that you're asking us to look at, which is one property called 16 Rutland Mews, where is the delineating boundary between that property and 42 Brompton Square, which is an entirely different property, which we are not looking at?
I'm afraid on this drawing I wouldn't be able to show you. As I say, that there is the site plan within your application pack, which appears to show that the boundaries are the same along the whole stretch. But beyond that, I'm afraid I haven't to confirm any more than that, I'm afraid.
Right, I think this is a great deficiency in how we can understand the articulation of these two properties, because they're not clearly defined one from the other. On the red line on the site location plan at the beginning, it shows a little bit that cuts into the back garden of 42, but I'm not clear where the boundary actually is between the two properties. So I'm not entirely clear which is the property that we're considering tonight. Is it one property, 16 Rutland Mews, or is it two properties, 16 and 42?
Councillor Spalding, if I could just come in there, it's Lisa Chung. If I'm correct, and I may well be wrong here, but I believe that Mr. Edwards mentioned it earlier, that amalgamation has happened here with the properties. So I'm not sure if both 42 Brompton Square and 16 Rutland Mews come under the ownership of the applicant. Which is probably why you're not seeing any sort of delineation in the garden. The application before you this evening is for 16 Rutland Mews South. The applicant has outlined that property in red, and it's shown in the pack. I appreciate the questions that you're asking about the delineation shown on the drawing, on the photo. and we can try and make that clearer for you. As far as we're concerned, the plans are correct and accurately reflect the site. But in terms of, I guess, the ownership of the two properties, and I'm just checking the planning history now while we're talking, I'm not sure, because reference was made earlier to amalgamation, whether those two properties are now considered to be one. And so that garden that you're seeing in the photo is shared between the two properties.
Could I please say that
I'm just asking these questions to make it clear.
Yeah,
that
Councillor, I just want.
I'm not sure which property we're looking at all. I don't know if I can actually come to a conclusion because I don't know what I'm looking at.
Malcolm, when I asked, and Lisa, when I asked earlier, I specifically asked, have these two properties been amalgamated? The answer was no. So these two properties, my understanding is they're not one, they're not amalgamated, they are two separate properties. One is used as a, I don't know, backstage equipment, and the other one is used as the dwelling. And that's I think that's what Malcolm is trying to ascertain. Whether am I correct in thinking that?
Yes, Chairman, because it was going to lead exactly to my last question, which I won't labour, but it's very straightforward. If indeed there are pipes running up the garden of 42, I don't know if they benefit from planning permission. If they don't, of course, none of this air conditioning can be used at all. But it does rather throw the status of 16 Rutland Mews as a separate property into some doubt in planning terms, because I can't imagine that a small single Mews property, which has 7 heating and air conditioning units in it, in those plan views we saw, for instance, I don't see there are any cooking facilities in 16 Rutland Mews. Mm-hmm. And so I wonder if 16 Rutland Mews has effectively ceased to be of residential planning use and has in fact become a plant room, and whether that requires a change of use in planning terms. So again, I'm totally confused because of the way this application has been presented. I don't know if I'm looking at one property or two, and I don't know if one of them is residential and the other is changing use from residential to plant. So I don't know what I'm looking at, basically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. I'm sorry, I couldn't follow where you were going with your line of questioning there, and I'm sorry I can't give you a definitive answer. All I would say is I don't think we would consider locating plant at that property as a change of use. It's a small part of the floor space there, and there clearly would be another main use for that floor space. I'd also not let the ownership issue cloud what we're discussing today, which is the acceptability of those units. It is plausible that there could be a scenario where plant is located somewhere else for use at a different property, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it would change the planning unit. But I do appreciate what you're saying, and I'm sorry we weren't able to give you a concrete answer on that.
Thank you. Any other questions to officers? Okay, then can I just go down the line? Sorry, I see a hand up here.
Hi, Chair. Yeah, it's legal here. I just wanted, before you come to the votes, I just wanted to just remind councillors that once we started the voting process, we really need to not introduce any new topics of discussion or ask any further questions. So if everyone can just satisfy themselves that they've asked all the questions at this stage before the vote, that would be great.
I actually was going to go for a discussion just so that everybody who has a question to kind of bring it up before. So I was just going to ask everyone individually how they feel. I'm going to leave you last, Malcolm. So I'm going to start with Hamish. How do you feel about this application so far? Do you have any thoughts you want to share with us?
It seems to me that this would cause substantial harm to the living conditions of the neighbours. But of course, if the acoustic screening was implemented effectively, then of course that should in principle mitigate that problem. But of course, it's hard to know whether that would indeed be the case. And it's not entirely clear to me how effective the noise assessment has been in determining that. That's what I would say.
Do you have an issue with 7 air conditioning units in a mews, or that's not significant?
Well, I'm not sure the number is significant as such. It's more the effect.
The effect.
They may be small units for all we know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask Kasim. What do you think?
Thank you, Chair. Initially, when I looked at the report that we have here, the application, and it's, I believe, second time or so, there was it's been looked at before. I questioned the need for 7 air conditions for a small property, and also what I thought about in the meantime. They have said it was good for the neighbors to have up higher than on the ground. And when neighbors spoke, or objectors, I should say, spoke, they said no, it'd rather be below the bedroom. And that is another thought that I have in mind. And further confusion to look into it, we can now see a property, or maybe 2 properties with the red dots, almost a shared garden. But we don't know exactly which one is which, and the orange arrows pointing to the ground floor and to the top floor. We can see one, but exactly which property is that one? Is it the 16 or is it the back of 42 Brompton Square? So there were a bit of a confusion with this, and I'm not really convinced that moving from one side of air condition to another side of the property, it makes a question to be answered. Why is this happening, and why is it the noise is being moved to one side, and why the objectors are really objecting to it? And even if they were to accept it on the ground based, but the proposer does not want to be on the ground floor. So I'm puzzled about what to really go for here.
Okay, thank you. Who did I miss? Alison?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm left with a bunch of questions, really. You know, the residents prefer it down, and the owners think that the residents want it up there, and why 7 units? And then there's a confusion over the properties at 1 property or 2 properties, and why so many? You know, is the Mews House becoming a plant property? So there's a lot of questions unanswered.
Okay, thank you. Malcolm, finally.
Well, just one final thought, Chairman. I can see the benefit to the owners of 42 Brompton Square that they want to use this little Mews cottage as a kind of plant room and an offshoot, and probably it's not in proper residential use, the Mews property. So I can see the benefit to 42 Brompton Square, but I think there's a huge amount of disbenefit, a huge amount of harm to all the surrounding properties in the Mews. Because one Mews house doesn't need 7 air conditioning units. And if we're treating them all as equals, 16 is harming all its neighbours. So there's a huge amount of harm being done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for your time and for your discussion. And I think maybe we don't have any more questions. Sorry, I see a hand. Am I missing something? Let me see, whose hand is that? Someone left their hand up. Alex?
Hi, Chair. It's the agent for the applicant. Just to confirm.
I'm sorry. We passed that stage.
Okay.
We
I just wanted to clarify something.
We can't really go back. We finished discussing everything on that level. Legal, can you advise me? Am I on the right track here by saying no?
Yes, Chairman. Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I do apologize. We have different segments of the evening for different parts discussions, and we can't go backwards. But thank you so much. And we're going to put it now to a vote. So it's 16 Rutland Mews. Okay, it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this property, and we're talking about 16 Rutland Mews South. I'm going to go down the line and I'm going to ask you by who I see in front of me. Malcolm, which way are you voting?
I think this has to be refused. There are too many questions and unknowns and too much harm going on.
Understand. Alison?
No, thank you.
Refuse?
Refused, yeah.
Okay. Kasim?
Thank you, Chairman. I would say refused.
Hamish?
Refused also, Chair.
Thank you, guys. I will also refuse this application. Legal, I think we need to say why we refuse it.
Yes, you will. The refusal notice will need to have the reasons for refusal. So if you are you able to summarise those now?
Well, the reason for refusal, and jump in, colleagues, if I miss something, I think it's the fact that why 7 units? If it's to for the benefits of the neighbors prefer it down, not upstairs. And it is not very clear whether number 16 is actually more of a I don't know, equipment plant building as opposed to a residential building. Has it officially been amalgamated? If not, so these are all things, but you need to kind of guide us because some things are not planning, I guess, maybe, or.
I was going to say we need to be clear.
So can you
for refusal are specifically linked to planning reasons and the policies of the development plan.
So Katie and Lisa, you guys can guide us. You can guide us with the wording. You know the feeling now. You know you understand what everybody is saying, but you can eloquently put it right.
So, Chairman, if I could just jump in there. So, in terms of the points that you summarised just a moment ago, in terms of the number and whether or not the applicant needs them is not a planning consideration. The applicant can apply for what they want and it's for us to consider it. So they don't have to justify the number, but it's whether or not that number causes harm. So does it cause harm in terms of noise and disturbance? Does it cause harm in terms of visual impact? And things like that. So they're the sort of things that you need to focus on if indeed you are concerned about the number of units. In terms of how the property is used, again, I would urge you to be quite, I'd probably be a bit cautious about that because again, it comes down to harm. So if it is about the impact of the units on 42 Brompton Square or any other property that you identify, then we need to make that clear. But I probably would advise you to steer clear of anything to do with in terms of whether or not the property is amalgamated, and of course whether the applicant is choosing to put all the units in one property as opposed to maybe another property that he has. Again, we need to focus on the harm that you think arises
so
from
the focus is on
proposal.
And I mean we already ascertained that there is harm to number 17. They did say it's harmful for them in the sense that they prefer they prefer it down. Let's stay away from the numbers. They prefer it on the ground as opposed to coming up upstairs and be close to their bedrooms.
So what you could say on that is, and you can refer to the number, so you could say the proposed air conditioning units by reason of their siting, the number of them, because 7. There's a lot of units. We don't tend to get 7 in a scheme like this.
Yeah.
If you think that combine the siting and the amount of them would then cause harm to the occupiers of 17 Rutland Mews South, by way of noise, vibration, if that is what your concern is by those units being at that level in relation to 17.
Okay, all right. Okay, so does that sound about right, colleagues?
Yes, good for me.
Okay.
I think it is, Chairman.
Agreed.
Correct.
Okay. So shall I leave the wording to you, Lisa and Katie?
I think that's quite clear for Katie and I to draft the refusal reason from those from the conversation that we've just had.
Okay.
Can I just check that would be the only reason for refusal, the only harm that you have identified with this proposal in terms of the air conditioning units? I'm not suggesting there is anything else, but
Malcolm.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Chairman, would it be worth mentioning that is there any harm to putting all this pipe work for 7 units down a residential garden? Does that harm the garden?
I don't know. Let's ask the professionals. What do you think, Lisa?
Well, if you were concerned about the visual impact of it it's in a conservation area, so whether or not it fails to preserve or enhance.
Well, we can say it fails. It does, but then they can say it's underground. Nobody's seeing it, but it's all the digging up.
Certainly, there's nothing on the plans to show that any of the piping equipment would be external. It would all be below ground.
Yeah, below ground. That's what I'm saying.
So I'm looking at the condition of the garden at the moment. You would imagine that it might need to be dug up in order to fit any equipment and any piping.
But then it could be
easy to restore it to something comparable to what is there. So I'm not saying there wouldn't be any harm, but I don't think we've got any evidence to say that there would be at this point.
Okay.
I mean, my point was, does all the pipe work actually have planning permission? Has the applicant applied for that? Would they need to?
Do you need to, though?
If it is all below ground, I would say that it wouldn't be classed as development. And it's linked to the units, but obviously they have a separate permission and we evaluate those accordingly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I think the harm will be the harm to the neighbours and the harm a number of units, and as you guys mentioned.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay, are we all happy with that, colleagues?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
Yes, Chairman.
Can we move on to the next case? I think is it our last one?
Yep.
Monroe Terrace, and that's Katie again, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are at 1 to 4 Monroe Terrace and 111 to 112 Cheney Walk. You can see I've just marked them out in yellow there for you on the photographs on screen. So there's office and residential accommodation at high levels with retail at ground floor on these properties. I'd also just point out, whilst these photos are here, that there are listed buildings adjacent on Cheney Walk at numbers 110 to 107. You'll have seen from the report that planning permission was granted back in December 2017 for the part demolition of these properties. There was an excavation of a larger basement, a mansard roof extension and reconfiguration and extensions at the rear. The proposals included the uses you can see on the screen there, so some commercial use, retail at basement and ground floor levels with residential above to create a total of 13 houses. Importantly, as detailed at paragraph 1.1 of the report, this permission is extended due to legislative changes following the coronavirus pandemic. So this means that the permission is still extant. and it means it can be implemented until the 1st of May 2021. I'll come back to that later. So very briefly, I'll just show you some visuals of what was approved. So this is the existing view on Cheney Walk, and then the extant permission scheme. So this is the mock-up of what was approved. So you can note the new roof extension on the properties and the redesigned retail space at ground floor. At the rear then, the top photo and the plan on the bottom left-hand side show you the existing condition. You'll notice the existing closet wings that rise above the parapet of the roof. And then on the right-hand side of the screen is the rear elevation as approved. So the building line does come a little bit further rearwards, and then those new closets stop below that parapet line. Turning now to the amendment sought under this current application before you. Firstly, it's no longer proposed to increase the size of the basement at the application site. So there's no basement excavation now proposed. So you can see as approved on the left and now proposed on the right-hand side with no additional floor space below ground. At ground floor level, there's some changes to the cycle and refuge storage in terms of their locations. There's some new plant space internally, and the light wells have been removed. Given the basement's no longer being extended, their purpose falls away. At first floor level, there's a small section of plant. This is plant that was approved in a different location previously. It would now be located on a section of flat roof between the two closet wings. You can see just circled there on the bottom right plan. Very briefly, in terms of floor space, you'll note there's no change in the overall number of units, so the number of homes delivered by the scheme. There is a small reduction in the amount of retail and office floor space, largely as a result of not extending that basement. But all the floor space is still meaningful in its floor space size and still workable for all the uses. Just very briefly, thought I'd touch upon daylight and sunlight, as you're seeing that this is an issue raised within the objections in the pack. Just to confirm that a full daylight and sunlight report was provided with the original application that tested all the windows in nearby residential properties, including those at 110 Cheney Walk, looking not only at the windows on the rear elevation, including the rear projection, but also looking at the impact on the conservatory. You can just see there in the photograph on the left-hand side. The photograph on the right-hand side is actually from the resident of the property and is from that conservatory. And I think it gives you a good idea of the existing relationship at the rear between his property and the current rear elevation of the application site. So the last slide is really just a reminder that most of the works remain as per the extant permission. There are no changes to the height, bulk and massing as previously approved. And so if you're seeing from the report that officers have said that this permission has to carry significant weight, it can still be lawfully implemented until May. Importantly on that, you'll note condition 1 in the recommendation is not our usual 3-year time limit. Instead, it ties the permission to this original permission. So there's an expiration date on it of the 1st of May 2021. So this permission would have to be implemented by that date. So in order for the committee to make a decision, the issues that should be considered this evening are those on the screen, which is those changes that I ran you through. I hope all that makes sense, and that's the last slide.
Thank you, Katie. And we have 2 speakers, 1 for, 1 against. Can I ask David Waddell to speak? You have 3. Is he with us?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. I can hear you now. Yes, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
You have 3 minutes to tell us why you don't like this.
Chairman, members, thank you very much for permitting me to speak this evening. The report by the Director of Planning and place does not fully address objections by myself and other affected objectors, and is not consistent with advice given in full notices of pre-application advice. I therefore suggest that the committee should defer consideration of this application in order that evidence not presented to the applicant can be by the applicant can be submitted with the application as required by the aforementioned pre-application advice. The key concerns of this are excessive massing and which will increase the overwhelming impact of the building on my property and on other adjacent properties, and reduce sunlight and right to light in our gardens and houses. I would point out that there are no photographs which really illustrate effectively what the extension of the tower blocks at the back, the stair blocks at the back, they will be, at the moment they're 4 meters 60 away from our wall, and they will now be, that will be reduced to 2 meters 30 roughly, from as far as I can judge from the drawings. But there are no photographs which illustrate this in any meaningful way. Secondly, the noise survey is flawed in that it is out of date. There have been substantial changes in the noise levels at the back of the building, and it does not extend, the original survey does not extend to numbers 107 to 109, who have all lodged objections on this matter. Thirdly, there's a failure to include adequate photographs and CTMP. There is no CTMP presented either in draft or any other form with the application. And I have also concerns about the construction method statement and the deficiencies which relate to that. The construction method, in terms of the report, it is stated that CL7 and the basement's SDB would need not apply because the basement has been reduced. However, it fails to mention that, in fact, the report states at para 9.5 that the proposal admitting basement extension no longer triggers policy CL7 or the basement SPD. It overlooks the fact that the proposed works include excavating underpinning the existing basement level to support new pile caps at the boundary with the existing listed, that's my house, 110 chain walls. I emphasize this because similar works were understood to have been in hand at the recent and extremely dangerous collapse of the development site and adjacent properties during works at Ormond Gate in November last year. The point being that it is not adequately covered how the construction method does not deal with the issue of the piling works and the underpinning. And of course, the Ormond Gate property was a similar situation in which neither CL7 or the basement SPD were judged to apply. And so we're very concerned with the risk here. So for those reasons, I ask you respectfully to defer consideration of the application until those various missing elements can be presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Can I ask Brian Brady to speak? You also have 3 minutes.
Hi, Chair. It's Rupert Litherland here, just calling from Rolf Judd. I'm going to speak with Brian. I'm going to speak first, if that's okay, and then if there's any time left, then Brian can just jump in at the end to pick up anything. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Evening, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak tonight. Many thanks also to the case officer, Fiona Ray, who's not here tonight, but also Katie, for their report, which provides a clear explanation of the proposed amendments to the current Planning Permission at 1 to 4 Munro Terrace. As previously discussed by Katie, it's an extant permission and it's currently being implemented or will be implemented with the discharge of conditions which are ongoing at the moment. I don't propose to go over in detail over the amendments which Katie's already addressed tonight. However, I'll try and pick up some of the comments raised by Mr. Waddle. So the first point, the excessive massing and reduced daylight levels, as explained by Katie this afternoon, the proposal simply seeks internal amendments, albeit with the relocation of the condenser units, just moving from the ground floor to the first floor level. As such, there's no changes to the external envelope previously approved under the 2017 application and also discussed in detail at the committee at that time. The noise survey, the consultants Cole Jarman, they worked on the original scheme and have updated their assessment from the 2017 scheme and the conditions which were attached to the original permission to ensure that the new plant and its location won't impact upon residents, and in accordance, would be in accordance with the original conditions appended to the permission. This has also been verified by the council's environmental health officer. And further, there's also conditions 11 and 12 which provide the relevant noise criteria to ensure the plant complies with it. Regarding the CTMP and the construction method statement, as I say, this is a simple revision internally, an exclusion of the main basement, which was previously consented. There's also a condition which is about to be discharged for the CTMP, and those details are being assessed by the council now. We also note that Cook Associate Engineers have been appointed and will be managing the development proposal with the applicant and the developer. And also, we also understand that these new basement works will remove approximately 5 to 6 months off the build programme. Sorry, the revised basement work. So removing the existing the proposed basement would remove 5 to 6 months worth of programme works off the scheme, which I think will be welcomed by the committee members and local residents. As I say, myself and Brian, who's the project manager representing the client, will be more than happy to answer any further questions should you have them.
Thank you. I am going to now go to the next phase of this application, and that is allowing councillors to ask either the objector or the agent. Councillor Spalding.
Just to ask the objector, looking at the slide on the screen, which of these 4 bullet points, or which combination of them is he objecting to?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Spalding. I'm objecting to the fact that the various documents which were required by the pre-application advice have not been produced either in the previous applications or indeed in this one. Specifically, the base level for the noise survey has not been rechecked. Although it says amended 2020, there is no actual, in the noise report, there is no actual reference whatsoever to the base measurements. And secondly, the photographs which were asked by the pre-application advice to be included, that's to say, photographs of the existing, they were not actually included in the application. They certainly didn't appear on the published application on the council's website, so I couldn't check them. And secondly, there have been no effective photo montages of those extended tower blocks, which would enable one to look at what it actually means in reality. There are only plans. So those are my key concerns. And the fact that the CTMP has not been presented for the new development is a further significant omission to my mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm. Kasim, you have a question?
No, Chairman, no.
Thank you. Alison, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So what I wanted to ask the objector is about, are there any changes to the height that could affect you in the changes to since the 2017 planning? And obviously the 2017 noise report's out of date, and I presume things change very, quickly. Anti-vibrations and noise restrictions probably need to be updated, but I just thought you might elaborate on that.
Of course, thank you very much. As far as I'm aware, there's no change in the overall height. However, the Rights of Light survey does not include the properties adjacent to my own. That is to say, the three other listed houses on the east of the site. None of those houses were included in the Rights of Light survey, and they've not been included in the noise abatement survey. So that needs to be done, and I believe that should be done, and those figures should be presented to the committee before they can make an informed judgment.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Okay, Councillor Adorian.
No questions from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions either. Can if there's no more questions for either the applicant or the objector, can we move to ask officers now? I have a question. I'm just going to pick up the last point Alison just asked about. Why were the objector just said close by properties weren't tested, or the so can someone clarify that for me? Is it something usually do, or is it not, or are they too far enough to not be affected?
I'm just having a look now at that original daylight sunlight report to confirm whether the properties were tested. I'll do my best to help answer that. Okay. But what we would do is be asking for a reasonable selection of properties, those most affected or likely to be affected, to be tested. And you can see from the image on the screen here that the properties beyond Mr. Waddell's house are highly unlikely to have any impact in terms of sunlight and daylight, given their location and where they are in terms of the configuration of the properties. So I would be doubtful if they were included. Had we felt for any reason they would have needed to have been, we would have asked for that to be undertaken. But certainly I can confirm that at the time of the 2017 application, we did ensure that all windows, including that conservatory that I've already referred to, were assessed in terms of the impact on daylight sunlight, and they were all fully compliant with BRE standards. So there would be no impact there. And just to clarify, there is no change to the bulk and massing under these proposals. So those figures within that daylight sunlight report remain relevant today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other colleagues have a question for officers?
Just a quick one, if I may.
Okay, it's Malcolm first.
Who's going first? Sorry, yeah.
Malcolm, you go first.
Okay. The objector didn't mention the first three bullet points, which we're considering tonight, but he did mention the fourth bullet point, I think, about the external plant relocation. Now, it says in the rear elevation that we've got, provision for 2 air conditioning units, again, to be located between the rear projecting bays, and it looks like it's on the roof of the first floor. So what I can't see in what we've got in front of us, that thing circled in yellow as a plan view, I can't see in the pack there is a plan view of the roof of the first floor. Could somebody tell me where in the pack that plan is? I can see something circled in yellow on the screen.
Yeah, so apologies, it's circled yellow on your screen, but it won't be on the pack. But it's labelled as page number 11 on those drawings within your pack. So it's the fifth drawing in your pack is the floor plan.
Yeah.
So it's page 11 of Cook Associates drawings. You can see it's labelled number 8.
9, 11. Yeah, okay, got it. Now, why I specifically asked for a plan view is brought out by that yellow circle. If there's 2 aircon units in that indentation, where's the acoustic screening? Because that faces the objector's garden.
It says within that it's going to be enclosed by a 2.2 high metre screen. Again, I'm sorry that the drawings are slow. Let me see if it's clearer within your pack. So if you turn now to page 19.
Exactly. Yeah, 2.2 screen. So I just wonder I can't see it shown on the plan.
Yeah, it could be.
Of course, they have to build exactly to the plan. And just finally, would it be a good idea to have a roof on it as well?
I certainly think it would be reasonable for us to ask for further details of that by condition. As you're right, it's not entirely clear on that plan. Often it's the case that they can't have a roof on, depending on the attenuation measures and what's required. So I wouldn't want to condition that it would need to have a roof, but certainly I'd be comfortable with asking for further details on that screening.
Thank you very much. That's me finished. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, you're muted. Shall I speak? Sir, I can't hear you. You're still mute.
We can't hear the chairman.
Oh, sorry, Alison Jackson. Alison Jackson. Sorry. Can you have your hands up? Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yes, the officer. The 2017 noise report's out of date. Is it possible to have a new one? So it's my same question, you know, for the anti-vibration and noise restrictions need to be updated along with, you know, the cladding, the noise screening and all of that.
Yes, so, again, I think that would be a reasonable request.
And then also the just on the right of light survey, can that be done? Because 4.6 meters away from the wall at the moment and is now halved by 2.3 meters away from the objector's house is you know, a big difference. So it will be affecting on that kind of distance. I'd have thought there would be a light problem.
So just to clarify, we have seen a daylight and sunlight report as part of the 2017 application, and it didn't need to be revisited this time round in the sense that there's no change to the bulk or massing of the property, so the impact is the same. So the data that was sort of collated and produced in 2017 is still applicable, and as I said, every single window that was tested was found to fully comply with the criteria necessary. So essentially, there would be no impact or no harmful impact in terms of the daylight or sunlight that was received to the objector.
All right. And then also on the design of the external design of the building, is anything changing from the way it is at the moment?
Other than you know, things like the removal of the light wells, there's no change. No, it's all as approved in terms of the front elevation and the rear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alison. Can Kasim Ali, you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to, of course, to the officers. We can see that this report, this application or the planning is recent in terms of the years, although it's been granted 2017. But if we deduct a year of COVID-19, it's technically a year, and that's why they have, sorry, technically 2 years. That's why they have an extension until May. It has been mentioned until May 2021. And now we're in the third lockdown as we speak. If this continues, I hope not, but if this continues and we may or may not grant this new application tonight, will there be an opportunity for them to have an appeal, not just to the decision we made, but to extend their existing application or the existing application that they have, the planning, so that because of the COVID-19 and the restrictions that we have been going through?
That there's no indication that that's the government's intention at the moment. So it's legislation at a national level that extended permissions, you know, to reflect the year that we've just had. So the answer to that, I'm afraid, is I don't know, but certainly as far as I know, there's no intentions to allow further extensions.
Thank you. If answer.
Okay. Any other question, colleagues? Alison?
Sorry, just one more, but the objector said that there was no CTMP with the application and no photographs, and there's a sort of building regulations missing thing, you know, such as the house collapsing with underpinning down the road. Are we going to look at a CTMP? And I want to look at those two important issues.
Yes, absolutely. So there is a construction traffic management plan conditioned. You'll see condition number 3 there requires one to be submitted and approved before works can start. And we have had a report provided in terms of the construction method. It's sort of an addendum to the previous report, obviously to reflect the fact that there are significant differences to what was previously proposed when they were excavating that basement. But we have seen material to satisfy us.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. If there aren't any other questions, then shall we sum up, maybe, before we go to a vote? Alison?
Granted, I think, but with I'd want to see the noise survey updated.
Updated, okay. Malcolm?
Given that we were only approving those 4 bullet points and that the last one was relevant, and we covered that, the one on the air conditioning plant, which Councillor Jackson is now very well covered with an update on the acoustic report. I think we've covered everything in those bullet points that we could do, and it's only those 4 things that we are considering this evening.
Okay. Hamish?
Yes, similarly, given that actually the bulk of the scheme itself has already been approved and there isn't a permission in place, it is just these specific changes. But I did take on board the points raised by colleagues about the updating of the noise assessment.
Yeah, and the CTMP, yeah. Okay. Qasim?
Yeah, Chairman, no further details to be added. I think we've covered the important areas, including the 4, and I will have no further details to add.
Okay, so let's do it, make it official and go.
Sorry, Chairman, just to jump in very quickly, just a procedural thing, sorry, before you go to the vote, just to clarify that the recommendation on the front page is wrong in that it says granted, and it should be granted subject to a legal agreement. So just wanted that on the record. There is also an error in one of the plan numbers that will be picked up in the post-committee memo, just so that we're aware.
So here, it says it's recommended that the committee to grant subject to legal agreement, planning permission. Is that
that's correct? Yes, there is a legal agreement attached to this.
Yeah, legal agreement. Okay, at the planning commission on the satisfactory completion of an undertaking or agreement to secure the matter. I feel like a lawyer. In section 7 of this report, and with the conditions listed in section 10 of this report, and 2, to refuse planning permission if an undertaking or agreement to secure the contribution in section 7 of this report has not been satisfactorily completed by 1st April 2021 for the reasons that proposed development would not be accompanied by associated necessary infrastructure improvements. Phew. Okay. I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna ask approve or refuse. I'm gonna come to you first, Hamish.
Approve.
Alison.
Granted on the points, yeah.
Okay, Qasim?
Yeah, approve.
Malcolm?
Yes, grant permission.
Okay, and I also grant permission. Thank you. And we have, and that was not our last one, I'm mistaken. We have one more. and that is the Holy Trinity Church in Brompton Road, and that's still Katie.
Thank you very much.
Can I quickly ask you about the? Okay, yeah, it's.
Who's talking? Sorry, is it
54 Camden Street? Yes. So, Chair. So I was just asking 54 Camden Street.
Oh yeah. Sorry, that was pulled last minute. That was pulled out last minute for technical reasons.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I should have mentioned that earlier. My bad.
No, absolutely fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, carry on. So.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So yes, the application. It's the Holy Trinity Church on Brompton Road. You'll see they're shaded, the two areas shaded in red to show you where the areas that we're going to discuss are. So there's the North Crypt Well and then the South Crypt Well and entrance. So to the north side, the only proposal relates to the entrance, which is within the existing light well. So you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, the existing light well and railings, and then there's an existing entrance in the bottom left-hand drawing. On the right-hand side of the screen, it shows you the new door, and there would be a glazed porch above it in minimal framing. So they're the works to the north side. Just there in plan, just to show you exactly where that's located. So as I said, within that area. The rest of the application really relates mostly to the south side. So there's a photograph there of the existing south entrance. And there's an existing porch with stairs down from that area. This photograph here shows you those stairs, and you can just about make out the existing porch as well. You'll note there's some tables and chairs in this area. So if I return back to the screen, where that yellow circle is, that's where tables and chairs are currently put out for people to make use of a ancillary cafe that is located within the church grounds. There's another photograph just to show you that existing staircase and the entrance that I referred to. So under this application, the Planning Commission sought for a new ramp to replace those stairs down into the crypt area. The extension of the tables and chairs area to form a new terrace, and you'll see there that there are more tables and chairs within the proposals there. That space sort of expanding in size allows more tables and chairs to fit in that location. And as part of that, there's a reconfiguration of some of the parking spaces. There are some other works involved to the interior of the building, but they're not for consideration today. And I'll leave it just with a photograph mock-up of that new terrace area and the tables and chairs as proposed. And that's the presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. We have two registered speakers. The first one is Jane Wewell.
It's Ewell, but it's a very difficult name.
Ewell, sorry. Sorry about that. Yes, you have 3 minutes, and yes, you can start when you're ready.
If I could just clarify, Chairman, I'm speaking both on behalf of the Princes Gate Mews Residents Association and of the Brompton Association. I'm office holder with both. Anyway, thank you. Should I kick off now?
Yes, but go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. The key issue we want to discuss is the proposed tables and chairs on the terrace and their potentially harmful impact on neighbours who live only 20 feet away in an otherwise entirely residential area. We've raised concerns with the council about the sudden appearance and rapid expansion of this cafe several times previously. It's grown from ancillary, offering after-service coffee 2 days a week, to a full restaurant open daily, including when the church is shut. It also advertises the Brompton Cafe with no reference to the church directly on Brompton Road. If the committee is minded to grant the expanded terrace, our main ask is for the committee to impose by condition the standard requirements of the council for tables and chairs on external terraces. Conditions in this case are particularly important given a long history of Holy Trinity failing to apply for planning permission when required and of causing noise and light disturbance to neighbours. I can give multiple examples of these failures if required, and it's highly regrettable this application was notified to residents on Christmas Eve and there has been no consultation whatsoever. We have two key asks. First is for a planning condition saying before the terrace can be used, an RBKC tables and chairs licence must be in operation. It's a council requirement that external tables and chairs must have a licence, even when on private property, not least as the licence indemnifies the council from claims where a member of the public to be injured on a site given council permission. I regret Holy Trinity has been operating external and tables and chairs without a licence for some time. Second, we would also ask for the council's standard set of planning conditions for terraces with external tables and chairs to be imposed in this case. These include a requirement for submission and prior agreement as a planning condition of a plan for the tables and chairs giving details of their appearance and dimensions and exactly where they'll be located, and a ban on additional furniture such as advertising signs, etc., being located on the terrace without prior permission. We're not asking for anything out of the ordinary here. The standard tables and chairs licence conditions and planning conditions are used throughout the borough and in Brompton Road and give significant protection to neighbours, to pedestrians and to the appearance of the conservation area. Conditions also ensure a fair and level playing field between cafes as all must abide by the same rules. And finally, in the light of the repeated noise and light problems caused to local residents from Holy Trinity, we would ask for another common planning condition, one that bans live or recorded music being played on the terrace and requires prior council agreement of any lighting of the terrace, all to protect the amenity of local residents. We're not seeking anything out of the ordinary, but we are very surprised that a licence does not currently operate and that the standard planning conditions for external terraces, even private ones, have not been proposed in this case. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Mr. Fryer, you also have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. As you've heard, the proposals seek to greatly improve accessibility and pedestrian amenity in relation to the existing and the previously approved CRIP facilities within the important and very well used heritage asset in the borough that is Holy Trinity Brompton. The scheme has evolved through a strong desire to reduce the dominance of cars on the church site and to provide a far more welcoming pedestrian experience from the important southern approach from Brompton Road. While the main entrance to the church and crypt will remain via the north porch on the other side of the church, off the churchyard, the smaller southern entrance to the crypt is heavily used during the week and will greatly benefit from being made more accessible and welcoming, particularly for visitors with disabilities. There is new disabled car parking adjacent and visitors who are unfamiliar with the site. Furthermore, the provision of an additional safe and secure entrance to the crypt via a new glazed porch to the northwell area of the church will greatly enhance the flexibility of use of the heritage asset whilst having a low visual and physical impact on the listed building. The objections that have been submitted relate primarily to the existing operations on the site, which do not actually form part of this application. The Church Cafe is not commercially run and will continue to primarily serve the church community and visitors during church opening times, as it has for many years. It is certainly not a restaurant, as was claimed. The external seating shown on the rendered images simply reflects the greatly improved landscape and pedestrian welcome, where car parking spaces have actually been removed, rather than any desired operational change of the church. There is absolutely no intention to use the paved area as a large gathering or entertainment space, as suggested by the objectors, and the applicants are more than happy with the proposed control conditions in this respect. As accredited conservation architects, we very much appreciate the importance of maintaining high design and conservation standards in the execution of the works, and we also welcome the conditions that have been proposed by officers if permission is granted as recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next phase, next stage where councillors can ask questions. I am going to kick off by asking Mr. Fryer, how many tables and chairs exist right now?
I think there's about 4 or 5 tables and I think about 10, 15 chairs. But they're sitting on what was primarily car park, what were historically car parking spaces. But they've been sitting there informally for quite some time.
Yeah, because I know the site very well, and I've seen some tables and chairs outside. I just can't remember how many, but I also know it's a very tight space.
Yeah.
So are you giving up some parking spaces?
Definitely, we're giving up the. I don't know if you have got the proposed, existing and proposed plans, but certainly at the moment there's parking on both sides of that approach. We're removing the parking spaces which have historically been removed, but in constructing the ramp, we're actually removing the parking spaces on the southern side of the boundary, which is a great improvement, and doing so improving the pedestrian amenity on to the south of the church to enable that ramp to be constructed. And the only car parking spaces that will be on the southern side of the church will be accessible car spaces. Mm-hmm. So there will be a small net reduction in car space, but we're also working with the church to reduce that further.
Also, my second question is, will the cafe be working? I mean, how many? What time does it start? What time does it close? Is it? Is it 8? I think there's something about 8 o'clock or something. It's every 7 days a week, or?
I mean, historically, it has operated basically the times when the church has been open, which I think has been 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. weekdays. And I think there's one weekday where they keep it open till 6 p.m. It's closed on Saturdays, and then it's open during the church times on a Sunday, which generally I think is like 9 a.m. till 2 p.m. Yeah. It's probably just worth pointing out, if I may, I mean, this image that you've shown, I mean, we put some tables and chairs on there. It's really just to show that it's no longer parking space, and that it is purely indicative of the numbers. But certainly we're more than happy to discuss the sort of details and numbers of that.
And in your planning and organizing, have you considered COVID restrictions? I mean, I don't know how long COVID will stay with us, but even outdoors, we need to keep space. So how is that? Yeah.
I mean, that certainly was an important factor in bringing this forward, in having somewhere that people could gather outside. But it was not intended that it would be a large gathering space. It was much more informal, but also in relation to it is a natural area of gathering of the church because of the southern approach from Brompton Road. And so while we're not trying to overly formalize it, there is certainly a desire to have somewhere that people can meet and gather on. And it gets a lot of sun. It's a very public space, but there's absolutely no intention to create a sort of a large gathering space, as sort of been suggested by some of the objections. But certainly the COVID factor is not insignificant. But it's worth saying that this scheme was developed a long time before the COVID. It's just we've been looking at the wider site to really improve pedestrian amenity across the site, and really looking at reducing the impact on parking. And this was the important part that they were keen to bring forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I pass on to colleagues. Qasim Ali.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question to the proposer. It's recommended that although it's not required legally, it's recommended to consult with locals and get in touch with them and ask them there about the reviews before you expand. And the rejector earlier mentioned that everything has been done without the consultation or without taking to the local people on board. And this is a church. We're talking about a local community and serving. What was the reason, not just consulting with locals? What was the reason behind it?
Certainly, in terms of, just to respond to that, I mean, we are, as a practice, we're very consultative. We have been working on a sort of a wider scheme, and we have been consulting the dare I say, the more substantial neighbours, being the oratory and the Victoria and Albert Museum. There is a history of consultation. I mean, we did feel that this was probably less uncontentious And so I apologise, and in retrospect, we probably should have been more engaging. And certainly, the timing of the proposals had absolutely nothing malicious, which in terms of trying to make things arrive on Christmas Eve. I apologise again. But certainly, I mean, we felt that it was a genuine gain for the locals as well as for the heritage asset to be improving accessibility and formalising something that has been used informally for quite a few years. So yes, I apologise, but yes, in hindsight, we probably should have been cast the net wider than the main neighbours.
Regardless of the, thank you for that clear answer. Regardless of the outcome of this meeting this evening, and whether it will be granted or not, would you be willing to getting in touch with locals and building community network on this, and perhaps work with them in the future?
Of course, I think I think some of the objectors alluded to the fact we mentioned in the application documents that there is a master plan being developed, and the master plan is nothing too extreme. It's just really about the landscape and really trying to reduce the impact of cars and making pedestrian access across the site safer and respecting and really looking to enhance the wonderful historic landscape that is the North Churchyard. Thank you.
Chair, may I ask the objector one question, please?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Here's to the objector. I think we're all trying to reduce the amount of cars being used and the amount of space has been taken by car parks. Wouldn't you welcome that the judge's space now is being used as an open air space and rather than cars and polluting? Isn't that welcome from your end?
Apart from the fact that the car's displaced from Holy Trinity Park outside my front door, so I can't actually get out. It's displacing cars is my experience. But it's sort of addressing your direct question, I am not, of course, opposed to reducing the number of cars, but I see this terrace as having the potential to have really harmful impacts, and I don't consider it's a choice. We can have a terrace that protects neighbours and fewer cars, or we can have a terrace that causes real harm. And I find it very surprising that this terrace doesn't have a licence. It should have. I also say that it's ancillary to the church. It's advertised widely as a commercial cafe. It's advertised on Brompton Road to attract passing traffic. Again, I am not opposing the concept of a cafe, but I want it to be properly regulated with the appropriate permits so that it doesn't cause harm to neighbours. And I'm delighted to hear that there's no intention to have music on the terrace. That is not the case with the other terrace, which causes a lot of disturbance. So if there is no intention, I would hope there would be no problem with having a planning condition saying there may not be music on the terrace, live or recorded. And similarly, I would hope there would be no problem with a condition requiring the obtaining of a licence beforehand and a standard set of conditions on the furniture to be used. This is a listed building. Technically, they could install a 5-metre large plastic sign, which is indeed what they did 2 years ago. I want proper protections. I'm not opposing the cafe per se.
Thank you. I think you've asked. Thank you very much indeed. Just to follow up question with this, as a local, have you ever used or are you personally churchgoer basically? And you can answer if you would. You don't have this question, but I just want to know if the building and the church is there and locals are benefiting and using from the church, and of course with the cafe now an open space. Would you be considering using it yourself, or have you used it before?
I used to sing in the church choir. I personally wouldn't use that cafe. I am uncomfortable with it becoming effectively a commercial cafe when it's either a church cafe and should be run as a church cafe, or it's a commercial cafe and should be run as a commercial cafe. I find this hybrid quite uneasy. But I probably wouldn't use this cafe. I would probably go to a commercial cafe.
Thank you. And final question from me to you. Would you be willing to work with the church and locally to work out some issues, regardless of the outcome of this meeting?
Absolutely, we welcome it. We've been asking for it for years.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. If I could just revert to something mundane like planning. In our officers' report, 6.8, when they talk about the northern terrace, this is a question for Mr. Fryer. The proposed Yorkstone paving is acceptable. When they come to the south side at 6.11, they say the use of sawn Yorkstone would be acceptable in relation to the listed building. Well, Mr. Fryer, in your plan that you submitted for the, could we see the plan on the screen for the south terrace? I don't know if we can see if it can be magnified a bit where the 8 tables are. There's a bit of text, but we've got it in the back, and it says between the 2 extreme right-hand tables, there's a bit of text. It says new reconstituted stone paving to the terrace. Now, I just wonder, Mr. Fryer has made a lot of points about having low physical impact, greatly improved landscape, and high conservation design standards. Do you think it's appropriate? I mean, I don't think we're actually going to be approving, if we do, reconstituted stone. I think the officers are recommending that it shall be quarried and sawn Yorkstone. I just wonder if that's acceptable to you.
Shall I respond to that? So yes, I think there's certainly a condition to work through some of the details of the landscape design. The intention was to obviously the ramp and the stairs would be in a Yorkstone, and certainly on the north well we were proposing a Yorkstone being in the well area. I think once we extended into the wider landscape, we were looking at a high quality but nonetheless a reconstituted stone paver. I mean, very happy to look at all the finishes again as part of the condition. It's a fairly detailed list of conditions that they're proposing, which will probably include the material finishes and to the ramp as well as to the paved area. But certainly it's intended that the ramp and stairs and the well on the other side were in a Yorkstone finish. Extending that to the large area paving that we're proposing is a possibility, but certainly not a deal breaker. But at the moment, we were looking at a differentiation between the two.
It's just that the officers in our report are saying that that's sawn Yorkstone. That appears more and more in the borough on ordinary streets.
Right.
We're sort of getting over this reconstituted paving.
Sure.
And Yorkstone is a feature of this borough, and this is the setting of a listed building.
Absolutely, and certainly any elements that were, so you'll see the note on the same drawing which says New Yorkstone ramp to crypt and new steps also. But I think I think there will be details to be worked through. Obviously, cost of Yorkstone does factor in at some point. But it's an important and it's a very London material that we use extensively, whether it be reclaimed or we tend to use a more modern sawn Yorkstone these days. But certainly that can be something we can look at with the release of condition for the landscape details.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alison.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I wanted to ask some questions regarding the design, and I'm particularly interested in this Yorkstone conversation because I think you've just said you potentially want to use modern Yorkstone. I don't really know what that is, but I would have thought Yorkstone in keeping with what's there and the surroundings is more appropriate. Can you just tell me what modern Yorkstone is in relation to traditional Yorkstone that's already there?
Sure. I mean, it tends to really relate to how they quarry it. In the past, Yorkstone was riven out of the block, so you get a more textured finish on it. now they tend to quarry it with and saw it. So a modern Yorkstone tends to be a sawn Yorkstone rather than a riven Yorkstone, which is what you sort of see the more heavily weathered. So when you're getting reclaimed and things like that, it tends to be riven. So that really is how we tend to use a traditional material in a slightly more contemporary way. It's also a lot better for accessibility to have a smooth finish. Traditional riven Yorkstone does tend to be problematic for accessibility issues, particularly for things like ramps and stairs. So it is a much more, it's a slightly, I think the V&A, all the Yorkstone in the V&A courtyard is sawn rather than a traditional riven.
Right. Well, it might be interesting to see some samples.
Absolutely.
So the other design points that I wanted to ask was really about the glazed entrance porch and the windows. So if you can just describe those and if they're in keeping with the existing church design. I mean, it's a conservation area, it's grade 2.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very much concealed from the majority of vantage points, and when it is seen, it's obviously designed to be as transparent as possible. So with a very, very thin profiled roof element that sits below the existing string course of that crypt entrance that's there. So it's sort of very sensitively, all of the structure is concealed within that small, slender roof plane, allowing the planes of glass on either side to be very, very minimal. So they're not doing anything structural. But yes, I think the intention is, well, as detailed, it's a very minimally glazed porch structure that's doing just a weathering and security function, but really trying not to be there.
Well, it would be good to have a look at that. I mean, I'm not sure whose responsibility that is, whether it's the church responsibility or the council responsibility.
As soon as it becomes internal, it becomes under the ecclesiastical exemption. But certainly the whole, you know, we obviously have support from the DAC before we came to planning. But certainly there is at the moment, because it's not enclosed, it would be a planning issue. But as soon as it becomes enclosed, the ecclesiastical exemption takes as soon as it becomes internal.
And then moving on to, okay, but my note for later possibly is we'd like to have a look at that, I think. Then the chairs and the tables, again, there seem to be a lot of chairs, like 32 chairs that you said that you put in before COVID. But I presume there'll be less chairs now while we're in COVID.
Absolutely.
Is that so?
I think I mean, certainly at the moment, in terms of spacing, even external amenity, I think it's all being much widely spaced. But I would reiterate that we've just shown those tables indicatively to show that it's no longer, you know, a parking area. That's what that area is used for. I mean, it's what's there at the moment. It's not a huge amount bigger than what is there at the moment. It's just formalised. But certainly very happy to I think there's a condition again that's about the use of furniture in that area. What we've shown is pretty tightly packed. It would probably be a lot more spaced out now. And I think also there's a desire to keep the access through the stairs clear. So there's probably the furniture would be more tucked to one side, most likely, to keep the access way relatively clear. I'm slightly regretting the fact that it's just on those rendered plans we put the tables and chairs on, but I think we probably should have thought about that one a bit more in terms of the way it was presented.
And the design of the tables and chairs, I think, is important.
Definitely.
It is in keep. I noticed that there are some silver chairs out there in the cafe now, which aren't really in keeping with the surroundings. So, you know, the design of the table and chairs, I think, are very important, so that it is in keeping with the, with the very traditional grade 2 surroundings.
Of course.
So, and then, sorry, one more. I agree with Councillor Ali on the consultation and more engagement with the residents, not just the big companies, because it's the residents are actually living day in, day out around you. So I think that that's very important.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adorian, do you have a question?
No further questions from me. I think you've covered it.
Thank you. Okay, then in this case, we can move on to questions to officers. And thank you very much, Mr. Fry, and thank you very much, Jane, for your time. We take it now to the next stage. And I think I'll kick it off by asking Katie the following. Can we condition getting a license for the cafe?
If we're specifically talking about the license for tables and chairs, I wouldn't recommend that's done via a planning condition. We don't tend to use conditions in order to sort of to cross over into other legislation. We can certainly put an informative on to recommend that if a license isn't in place, that would need to be done. But I would encourage it to be down that route rather than the use of a condition.
Okay, then we can restrict the numbers or have any say on how many chairs and tables and chairs they can have. Can planning do that?
Yeah, we'd be able to. So in granting planning permission, we'd be sort of granting permission for the use of that area for tables and chairs, and it's then we are then able to condition further how that space is used. So that can be in terms of the hours that the tables and chairs can be out there, as you can see under conditions.
That's going to be my next question.
But yes, it can also be things like, as we've heard from the objector, we do sometimes use conditions to control the placement of things such as advertisement boards, umbrellas, that sort of thing. But equally, if there was good reason to also condition the number of tables and chairs, then you will have seen worded along the lines of no more than 8 tables and 32 chairs can be located in this area. That is possible to do, yes.
And can we condition? I think we can condition the material they use on the ground.
So we have, if you have a look at condition 3, recommended by officers, we have asked under part F for details of the hard and soft landscaping. So as part of that, we would want to see details, samples, whatever would be appropriate of the flooring treatment for that area.
But they come to us and tell us what they're doing, but we can't say we want you to do this.
We would have to consider whatever they put before us and whether it was appropriate. Obviously, that we can advise them on the types of things that we might think would be appropriate. But I wouldn't go as far as saying we should dictate what they do. Certainly, they've heard the discussion today and they've heard what members think would be appropriate. I'm sure they'll take that away with them.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you very much. I'm good. Anybody? Any other questions?
No
okay.
Questions from me to the officers.
To the officers, yeah. Alison?
Yes. Yeah. Is it possible to see samples of the stone? Just listening to what Malcolm, Councillor Spalding was saying about the York stone, I think it's important that it's in keeping with the area. I understand the disability issue of the bumping, ridges in York stone, but I think it ideally would be traditional York stone. Is that possible?
Yes. Yeah, so condition 3 does state that we ask for samples and materials as appropriate. So we could, again, by way of informative, just clarify that when that comes to the details of that stone finish, that we would like a sample.
Yeah, similarly with the glazing, because there's no design layout at the moment for the glazing, and it could be horrible, and out of place in that grade 2 listed building. Now, and the design, and I don't know whether that's your responsibility, council responsibility, or church responsibility, or whether we're able to have an input in that.
Yeah, we absolutely, because it's located outside and it's attached to the building, we do have a say. So part A of condition 3 has asked for more details, including the design and the construction of the entrance. So we've asked for the materials, colour, finish, and further details on the minimal framing. So that's all to ensure that it is, as I'm sure the intention is, but we want to be sure that it is as discreet as possible.
Yes, and similarly with the windows, so that you're not going to have, something, there. And I would say the tables and chairs, because they have got, some kind of odd tables and chairs out there at the moment.
Okay.
And so I think that was all. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Chairman, sorry, it just occurred to me. Councillor Jackson reminded me this is a Grade 2 listed building.
It is.
Is there going to be a listed building application as well to go with this?
There isn't, because it's covered by the ecclesiastical exemption, being a church. So yeah.
Even the outside parts.
I believe even the outside parts, yes. We don't require listed building consent for any works to do with the church. That's all covered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Alison again.
All right, just one very last point, just on consultation and engagement with the residents. I understand you can't force or enforce consultations, but is there anything that one can do about that?
Other than strongly promote it and suggest to all applicants that they do it. It's very difficult for us to enforce, but certainly it is something that we encourage everyone to do. We publish it on our website. That is our expectation. When people engage pre-app with us, we make it very clear that's what we expect them to do. So we do keep plugging that message, but it is very difficult for us to force it to happen.
Absolutely. Okay. Any other questions? I'm going to go around and sum up again in this one because we got. So I'm going to start with you, Malcolm. Well, I'm going to start with me. I think what we need to do is we need to have a condition about the tables and chairs, and we definitely want them to come back with material. Let us know what kind of, and I think that's already been conditioned. So that's my feeling. Malcolm.
Yes, I agree with what you said, Chairman. And if you want to limit the number of tables and chairs, I'll follow your lead.
Okay, fantastic. Kasim?
I do agree with you, and I think it's Chair. I'm sure you can hear me. Yes, I do agree with you in terms of the numbers of the chairs and the tables. I counted here about 8, but that's 7 to 8 tables, but that's just a figure which is just being published for the sake of the photo. But I would say yes, I do agree with that, and I think that will also please the residents. Most importantly, the one that we've mentioned earlier. And I talked about the residents and working with neighbors and the residents who may or may not use the service but live in the area. And of course, they have been affected by reduction. One way is good to the reduction of parking and the vehicles, but also, as the residents mentioned, it's a problem when the cars that have been removed from the space actually ends up taking another position from the residents. So that is the problem. So if the church can actively encourage locals and those who come to the church to not to come by cars, but also support a car free if there's chance. I don't think there is, but if there is chance, that would be great, since there is no car park. But most importantly, I think there will be a working relationship between the church and the local community, and I think that's something. And already Mr. Fryer has already apologized, and I think that will be a good beginning for the way forward. So yeah, that will come on that.
Thank you. I also, though, before I forget, I also think we need to condition time, opening and closing time. Is that doable, Kate?
I believe we've already conditioned that under recommended condition 6. Yeah.
Okay. All right then. I'm going to go down and then ask Hamish.
Yes, I think they're broadly a set of proposals taken as a whole should enhance the area. Obviously, given the conditions and the informatives as well that we've already discussed, I think that should be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Alison?
Yes, I agree with everything that you've said and everyone's said. The only thing I'd like to raise further is noise. The resident objector mentioned noise and lights, live music.
Yeah, the music. Yeah, I think that should be also be considered. So I think when we go into conditions, and just correct me, Kate, if I'm overstepping here. We're looking at tables and chairs, the numbers. We already have the time in place. We already have the material to be used in place, and then we can add to it music. And not playing music in the terrace. Can we do that?
Yes, you can condition that. That's fine. No loud music recorded or otherwise. Or
otherwise. Okay, fantastic.
Live music as well.
Yeah, and live music, because I think they had issues with live music before. It's one of the things, one of the complaints that I got first when I got elected. Okay, all right. So now to you and Lisa wording that for us. Shall we leave the wording for you guys?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I've got enough from you. The only thing I wanted to check was yes. in terms of the numbers and tables and chairs. You say you want to limit it. Are you happy with 8 as shown on the drawing?
From what I've seen the area and I can't see. But then I haven't. It's been a while. And I just can't see it holding 8 tables and chairs with 4 chairs in every table. Do you see what I'm saying? I
wouldn't worry too much about the logistics of it. So if you think that the space actually can't even accommodate that, then that's perhaps not too much of a concern. I would be thinking in terms of the impact of the number of people. So
that's what I mean. But the number of tables and chairs, I think, correlates with the number of people is expected to come and sit down. So I don't know. Shall we restrict it to 6 tables? I don't know. Hamish?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether this is in fact something we can really effectively determine right now, or whether actually this is something that would be discussed as part of the tables and chairs license, which of course is separate.
But that's separate. We can't tell them. Apparently, if earlier asked, we can't tell them to go and license something.
Yes,
but we can condition things via planning.
So just to clarify, I wasn't saying earlier that they wouldn't need a tables and chairs license from the council. I was saying that it wouldn't be appropriate for us to condition that. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't have to go. And then there would be discussions had about the appropriate numbers of tables and chairs and so on, and other restrictions under that licensing process.
Yes, agreed on that.
Okay. So how does colleagues feel about the numbers of tables?
I think 6 at 20, that's 24 people. All right.
Yeah.
You could make it 5.
How does everybody feel about 6?
I don't know, Chair, if we can go back to the objector, and I know that we've passed it, and I'm not suggesting that we should, but I think it would be good for them to consult and to talk about the number of people, because we know the objectives were opposing the number of people who were using in the area, and as the chairs on the tables were increasing, they had issue with them. Also, the church providers, I think shall we?
But they're coming to us for decisions, if you see what I'm saying. Even the objectors are coming and looking at us to make a decision for them. I think we can't send it back and ask them to. I mean, we can refuse. If we refuse it and it goes, it could go to appeal, and we don't know what's going to happen there. But if we condition things tonight,
Yeah.
then we have a lot more control over what happens.
Sure. You've seen this space, and
Yes.
judging what I have seen from the photos, I haven't actually been there, and I don't know the area exactly. So I would say between 6 to 7 will be fine. About 6 tables will be fine. About there. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think 6 tables is sufficient. I mean, is everybody happy with 6, or do anybody think 6 is too much? Anybody think 6 is too little? Are we happy?
I mean, Chairman, to some extent, you have to allow a cafe to dispose its tables according to the people who turn up, and so I would say, you know, a limit of 8 tables as shown, and you know, a maximum of 24 people, or something like that. Because then it gives them maximum flexibility. It doesn't say they've got to put those out every time. It just says that's the maximum they could do.
So an alternative would be obviously you could look at ways of limiting it in terms of saying that the tables and chairs couldn't ever extend beyond that area. So the space in itself does the job of limiting the number of tables and chairs. If it can't go beyond that stone, you know, that paved area, that there's going to be a limitation anyway, if you felt that it was nearly appropriate as currently proposed.
Yep, the tables and chairs shall be confined within the paved areas shown on this plan, and shall not exceed 24 people.
If when they build the paved area, they build it out.
Well, they would have to get another permission. Because we would have.
Because if you look at the photo, the paved area is built out.
Well, fine, but they're still limited to 24 people.
I think limiting people is a good idea, because then they can control the people and ask them to come back, and that keeps the noise down and COVID down.
And that's what I thought by limiting the number of tables, that limits the number of people. But then,
yeah, but if 24 single people turn up, they would like to have 24 tables. So we can't sort of imagine how a cafe might run, but we can put limits on it.
I think we can limit the table, as you said. My Councillor Spalding, absolutely right. 24 singles do come, and they all need a table. So I think we should say a maximum of 6 to 8. Probably 6
tables. Yeah, a maximum of 6 tables. Yeah. 6
to 8 on a good day. Maybe they will have the space, but we don't know if we can just put the number 6 to 8. I don't know if that figure works with you, but I'm thinking here to not to restrict them and not to give them, not to make use of the space they already have. They may have a space. So if it's enough for 8 tables, absolutely fine. If not, 6 will be fine.
Kate, is that doable?
I think if you're going to go down specifying a number, it needs to be a number rather than a range, unless it's an upper maximum, like Councillor Spalding suggested.
Okay, so
Councillor Spalding suggested 24 people, and 24 people who do not want to share a table. If they all come, what will happen? They all need the tables, and I think that will be an issue. So.
It's the people who are going to make the noise, not the tables. and you can't. If you only have 6 tables and 6 single people turn up, you've only got 6 customers in the cafe, and everybody else will have to go away. So I think you've got to give them the flexibility to manage it. I mean, if they have a riot, environmental health will come in and limit the noise. But if we limit the number of people, that the terrace shall only be used for a maximum of 24 customers, it's the people who are going to cause the noise and the nuisance, not the tables.
Chair, if I just can come back finally, I'm looking back the picture now. I can see 8 tables with this fairly spaced. 7 tables. 7. Yeah, fairly spaced. Yeah, just what I can see from the photo here. And I'm happy to, and of course, this has been drawn, I'm assuming, by the church. So I'm happy to go with 7, as is shown here on the photo, since I don't know where it is. But judging on what I can see now visually, I think we will go for 7. That's my opinion, and I will leave it to the rest of the group to decide where we go from here.
And you could limit it either to 20 people or 24 people at any one time. So
Yeah,
like
I think 7 I can see from here, absolutely. I agree with you, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, agreed.
Hamish?
I would repeat my earlier point. I think it's a conversation to be had by licensing colleagues, but I'm happy to go with the rest of the group.
Okay. Okay, so Kate, are you clear now on where we are?
So was that 7 tables? Was
7 tables? That's right. Yes, I think
What about-
we can see from here.
about a people limit of 20 or 24 people.
That one's a lot harder to enforce because and monitor because people come and go, so quickly. I'd caution that would be a very difficult condition for us to track, monitor, and enforce. Whereas the tables, it's obviously a lot easier to gather evidence on and enforce. So I would caution going down the people route.
So 7 tables by 4. Is it for 4 people a table? So that's, yeah. Okay. 7, not 6. What an odd number. I like even numbers.
Number, yeah, I would, yeah.
It's a cafe designed by a committee.
I know.
So that would be.
You sure you don't want 6?
Just so that we don't deny space they may have, or we don't want to overcrowd with 8 or more tables. So it's just an idea, Chair. But I think that's it.
So now we have the condition for the tables, and we have all the other things all taken care of. Oh, please, Kate, sum for us. Remind us again what we're conditioning it for before I go through.
So we have a condition limiting the number of tables to 7. We have a condition saying no loud or live music. We have a condition on the hours the tables and chairs can be in use, and then they are required to be taken away and put away at the end of those hours. We also have conditions requiring further details of the glazed canopy, the doors and the windows, and of the finishing to the flooring stone, and we've asked for a sample of that.
Oh my God, yes, we have been working hard. Alison, one last thing. I see your hand.
Because the resident told us about this a couple of times.
About what? Sorry?
About signage. She
Signage.
told us about the signage. She said something that the signage was not good or horrible or...
No, she said something about using plastic banner or something.
So there was an enforcement case opened about signage that had been erected on the site, but it didn't need
conditioning
advertisement consent from us because some adverts are covered by the advertisement regulations. So I think that's what that was referring to.
Yeah, so that's taken care of. That takes care of itself. Yeah. Okay. Are we happy?
Sorry, legal here. Without wishing to derail things, I've just been reviewing the council's policy about tables and chairs licensing, and it only appears to apply to highway land or private highway land. So from my reading of this is just private land, so it won't be subject to a license of the table and chairs. So we just need to be comfortable that what we're securing in the conditions is going to be sufficient, because I don't think there'll be a sort of a backup license, as it were.
Okay. Is everybody happy with that?
Well, if there's no backup license, you might want to reduce it down to 6.
Exactly. Shall we reduce it down to 6, guys?
An alternative would be that we went down the route of doing a temporary permission. So sometimes with tables and chairs where we're not entirely sure what the impact would be, we might give them a year's permission for it, with a view that they come back and apply again in a year once they demonstrate that there's been no harm of having that number.
Okay. Well, that's better.
Although I'm just thinking aloud about the logistics of that, given that these tables and chairs fall within a wider application. So I'm speaking out loud as I think about how we might do that.
Let's ask legal if that's possible.
No, I'm thinking along the same lines as Katie, but kind of thinking on my feet at the moment. I'm not sure whether you can effectively isolate part of the permission and make it sort of a temporary part. I'm not quite sure on that one.
Well, then let's just go down the safe road and say 6 tables and leave it at that.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes, agreed. I'm glad we had the clarification from legal that
exactly
is our primary method of
exactly.
Agreed. Yeah.
Agreed. Okay. All right. So, Kate, we're going to 6 instead of 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's noted. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Now, can I go now? Can we can we take it to a vote now? Because once we go there, that's it. No going back. Okay. So it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report, plus all the additions we're doing. So I am going to go down, people in front of me. Hamish.
Agreed.
Kasim.
Agreed.
Alison.
Agreed.
Malcolm.
Yes, agreed, Chairman.
And I agree. So that's 5. Okay, so that's that. Alison, you have a hand up. Is that an old one?
Yes, I just wanted to make one point about I don't know if it's the right place or not, but it's just a quick point. That on the papers that we get sent digitally, we don't get pictures or plans or detailed details. Just come with top line talks, and then you have to refer back to the website for further details. Is it possible to have everything all in wrapped up on that link that we get, so we have it all in one place?
If I could answer that, Chairman, through you. The way that the packs are done, they're bound separately. So the reports are printed off separately, the plans are. And so when they're bound, as in the hard copy packs, they're bound separately. So actually to do it as a digital link, I don't think we can. We might be able to send you the individual elements separately, or alternatively, and it's not something I'm encouraging if you didn't want a hard copy, but if you did want hard copies sent to you at home, we are doing that as well. And I know some members are receiving those in hard copy. So we could do that, and that's the pack in its entirety.
I like my hard copies.
I prefer digital because it's greener.
And
do
you want me? Sorry, Councillor Jackson, do you want me to ask the question and see how easy it is to do it? It might be that it comes in, as I said, in different attachments, but that's better than not having it at all, I would imagine. Do you want me to ask the question and then come back to you and let you know?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
I think
okay, we'll do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we are done for this evening. All is left to say, thank you, everyone. Welcome Katie back. You know, it's fun, huh?
Thank you.
You missed us, haven't you? Thank you, everyone, for everything. It's been a lovely evening. Hopefully not too many upset people with the outcomes. And good night.